What's up? Get okay, cool. um, why is it? I've set my camera. God dang it. Okay, there we go. What's up, gamers? How's it going? Sorry for the late start. I mean, yeah, it's pretty late. I just set up a Minecraft server. But we're good now. How's everyone doing? How's it going, Oshik? Oh. Sorry for the Discord pings in the background. I realized I had a remote view open to my server, and so it was playing noises from my server. I was trying to figure out where the heck they're coming from. So I finally got the YouTube chat open. It's really annoying to have to look at two chats, but I feel like I might be missing a lot of messages or something, so now we've got that up. Alright. But yeah, today we're probably going to be working more on the boss. I've been trying to get his dash attacks and stuff set up. It's just really tricky. It's hard. Because, like, you got to make it look right. I don't know. And also with, like, collision and stuff, it's just really hard. So I'm going to keep working on it, obviously. We have to get it set up. But, yeah, it's been tricky. We're going to get started in just a second here, but I got to reply to Dylan. Okay. All right, we should be good to go. Let me do one thing really quick, and then we're gonna go. I have to whitelist. Make sure I whitelist the right username. Oops. Okay, we're good. Anyways, let me close that. And let's jump into it. Okay, so working more on Caloris. This is a funny little guy. He's been tricky, but I'm getting there. I mean, I just need to keep working away at it. One thing I kind of want to do is let me just delete that now. So let me just show you guys where he's currently at. It's definitely looking better. I'm slowly getting there, I think, with just like his dashing attack. The dashing attack is the hardest thing, honestly. I don't think the other attacks will be that hard. It's just because the dashing is like, it's weird because it's like linked to the world and then he goes out of view and stuff. It's kind of tricky because I have to make sure it looks right, and then also it has to look okay on multiplayer. So that's a whole thing. Of course, my headphones are low energy. Awesome, guys. Okay. Let's load it up and see what we're doing. Okay. Let's go over here. Also, I might need to work on how the boss music gets played, because there's a couple little quirks with that. Also, we have the God command now, so that's been kind of helpful. So we're just going to go spawn him in. So here he is. His health bar and stuff shows up now. So he does do his dash attacks. We still need to make it so he actually goes to the edge to like start his attack, because right now he just does that. But his actual, like, the actual dash is looking better. It still needs a lot of work, but like it doesn't freak out now. You know, it looks a little more feasible. And then when he's done dashing, he just kind of walks back into the arena. Still needs a lot more work. But, you know, it's closer than what it was. And he just keeps doing that every 10 seconds. There's still a lot of things I need to change. I need to make it so that he's closer to the wall when he goes down and up and stuff. which I think would help. And then sometimes this happens, which is another issue, is that he tries to go to like the closest navigation region, but sometimes he'll just go to the other room, which is kind of a problem, you know. He shouldn't be doing that. Like right there. So we're gonna have to fix that. I don't know. There's still a lot of challenges to work out with this guy. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure it all out. First things first is I think I want him to start fading while he's moving down. So basically we can just say, let's see here. Instead of doing the fade out here, where it fades out to 0, and then doing a tween callback and all that stuff, I think I just want to fade it out just at the right time. So we're just going to do this. We know the time it's going to take when we do configure path or configure dash or whatever it is in here. Because right here we're getting the length and stuff of it, so we can just do this and just throw it into the same tween. Because what we're doing is we're fading up from 0. And here, just to make sure, I'm going to say modulate.a is 0. So alpha would be 0. We fade up to 1 over half a second. Then we wait, and then we fade out again. So now what I want to say in here is we just need to calculate the length of his movement, which should be pretty easy. Because what we're going to say is this. We're going to say get the length, right? Because we know what our path is. Now we can just say something like var time is equal to length divided by speed. Speed times 4. So let's make sure that this works. So let's say if our length is 600 and our speed is 10 pixels, or whatever it is, that would end us with 60. I don't know if that's right. I mean, what is our speed? Like, if we think about what velocity is, I think it's pixels per frame. Maybe 60. That seems like it's pixels per pixels per second, I think. So then what we want to do is say, like, if we're going 60 pixels per second and we have 600, then that's how many seconds it would be. So that does make sense. Hey, Deblato, thank you so much for the resub. I don't know why the resub thing still doesn't work, but there we go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How's it going? Welcome in. How have you been doing? So then in here I can say tween interval, and that is just going to be time minus 1 because the seconds here. So that should work now, hopefully. And here I'll just do all this stuff instantly. All right, so we're going to test all this stuff out. Why do I set modulate to 1 here? Not sure. So I'm saying dash, because he should be fading out, so I don't think I want to set that to 1. But I'll make sure on dash stopped that he fades back in. So we'll just add another tween right there. So modulate to 1.5, yeah. Still breathing, but exams. Oh, right. Yeah, it's exam week or whatever. I wish you the best of luck with those. Yeah. It's nice not having to do school anymore. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. 36 hours assignments this week. Yeah, it's crazy. Man. Yeah, school is sucks sometimes. I'm gonna crush this bottle. Okay. It's hard to crush Gatorade bottles because they're like thick, you know? They're dense. Water bottles can just be like crushed into like a flat, you know, but Gatorade is like crazy out here. God, true. My middle finger's weird today. I don't know what's up. Like, I feel like, feels weird. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's not doing what I want, but only a little bit. Like, semi-paralyzed. Maybe I just need to get some stretching. Ugh. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. So let's test what this guy does now. So he should fade out as he's moving when he does his dash. Okay, which he's not, so we're gonna have to figure that out. Alright, so I don't know why that didn't work. Hard to follow last time. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. So why didn't that work? Length and divided by speed times 4. It might be dividing by speed and then multiplying by 4. So let's just make sure that that's in parentheses. Yeah, it looks like that was probably what was happening. Maybe. Okay, now he's just like... Oh, I think it worked itself out. Okay, that seemed about what I wanted. Yeah, this stuff should only happen in there. Okay, cool. Let's just watch it again, make sure we're fully good. Yeah, so I think we're good there. Seems to be doing what I want, yeah. Now, one thing we're going to have to fix is him going to other navigation maps, because that's just kind of a big problem. Yeah, he is dashing. We're getting there. He fades out. I want it to kind of look like he's crawling down the wall on the side. So what I'm going to do is make him get a little closer to the wall there. We can just modify the paths. So these are all the different paths that he takes. Let's just make this one closer. So if he's 48 tile or 48 pixels wide, then really we want him to be half his sprite distance away from the wall, which is going to be 48 divided by 2, which is 24. So right here, he's 36, 384 minus 336. So he's 48 right there. So we want to put him there. So in the center of this little grid here. And that should fix his placement a little bit. It should look like he's actually on the wall instead of kind of floating next to it. And then same with this one. Fix that. All right. This looks freaking sick. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I think it'll be cool once it's all set up and ready to go. We just gotta work out some of the quirks with this stuff, but I think it'll be fine. Also, I'm gonna move these paths up. Just so that he doesn't latch on to other navigation regions and stuff. So. Alright. How much have I missed during exam period? We've been working away at this dungeon, so it's been going pretty good. Yeah, that looks a little better now. Maybe even put it a little closer. It seems like there's still a gap there. Because I think in his sprite, he's not like exactly 48 pixels wide. Yeah, so we need to change it to be thinner. He's actually 32 pixels wide. So we should just be 16 pixels away then. What's on my mouse? Okay. So what would be 32 away from 336? Or 16 away from... which is 352? So we actually want him to be there. And that should do it. So let's go do that. Also need to make new sounds for his footsteps. Right now he's still using the Fearwig ones, but I think it would be cool if he had like more metallic sounding ones. We've also got to do this one here. You think he gets sad when he says 48 pixels wide? Maybe. He's 48 pixels thin, guys. It's okay. Alright. My finger is weird. Maybe I like slept on my hand weird or something. It's like when it's really cold or something, it's like your fingers are like slow, you know what I mean? But it's weird. It's just my middle finger. Do you think I have like a neurodegenerative nerve disease or something? That after I funk too hard? Yeah. I don't know why it's... Ugh. It'll work itself out. Just got to get the blood flowing. Okay, that seemed pretty good. Let's let him dash again. And then we're gonna have to... I think it's time to finally replace his body segments. Let's see. Yeah, that's looking good now for him, like, going on the walls, I think. I made him, like, do that little pattern of, like, a U shape, just so it looks like he actually, like, crawls up the wall and then onto the top. It's really tricky to do, like, perspective stuff, you know, obviously, but I think it looks okay. It gets the idea across. It actually looks good when he comes from the top, because it's like his segments start at the center, so it's like he's coming up over. So I think it'll work. Obviously that, like when he spills out, is a little weird. So I might, I don't know, I might figure out another way to fix that, but... Or just slipped in the wrong in your shoulder, yeah. Probably. I don't know. I mean, what would even do that? I guess like having like a pinched nerve. My arm does feel a little... My left arm does feel funny. Like pins and needles, kind of. Like when I stretch it. So I think I slept on my arm weird. Ugh, or something. We'll just keep doing some arm stretches while we do stuff. Okay. So, yeah, next thing for this dash, I think the only thing that's remaining is just, hold on, it's hot in my room. Alexa, fan on. Okay. The only other thing is we need to make him, actually go out to the edges instead of just teleporting, because it's kind of an issue, where he just randomly teleports. So I think for that, what I'm going to do is just make him go toward the closest, like we're gonna have like we're gonna have 4 new nodes called like exit points. So we're basically just gonna say pick the closest exit point to your current position and then move toward it, and then once you hit the exit point, that's where you start your dash. So I think that's what we're gonna do, you know. Yeah, I think that'll be the play here. Because if he's like here, he'll go to the exit point over here, or here. Just having 4 in this room would probably work. All right. So let's do that. The pinwheel gremlin snuck into your room and cursed your arm. Yeah. Cast a little a little evil spell on me in my sleep, yeah. So we're gonna create some more nodes. I'm just gonna call this node. And then just create some node 2Ds. These don't actually really do anything. They're just gonna be positions. And then just define where these exit points are, you know. Made some 3D renders. Let's go. Yeah, I'm happy to check it out if you want to send me an image on Discord. I'm just going to position these around. So I'm going to go in the center, down there. Now I want to go up there. And actually, this one can also do sort of what we did before, I think, where... Let's see. We want this to be closer here, I think. And it's tricky because this tile's here, so I don't actually know... Or no, I guess it's the same over here. So we just want it to be 2 away, like that. Yeah, I really don't want him to get stuck on other navigation regions, because it's kind of a big problem. So hopefully we can avoid that from happening. So in our chat, let's go. Check that out. Okay, so those will be points that he goes to just to kind of disappear for a second. And I'll just reference all of them in here. So let's just call it export var vanish points. An array of node 2Ds, like that. So now here I'm going to settle all those. And they don't have to be in any order or anything, because he's always just going to grab whichever one is the closest at any given time. Drag them all in, and we're good. So now what we're going to do, instead of him just immediately teleporting and starting his dash, is we're going to have like a... He's going to have to move first. So in here, we're going to do all this stuff. We're not going to run configure dash yet. So all we're going to say is this, is just say navigates false, attack timer paused. We're going to set our segment power. Actually, we won't even do that yet. So wait on that. We'll set that in configure dash right there. Because then down here we run set segment power when we stop the dash to reset it. Segment power is basically just how fast the segments move toward the head. Because when he's moving really fast, it like stretches out too much. So, okay, let's see the image. AO. Let me open this up and I don't want to leak DMs. Check it out, guys. It's a freaking chair. Let's go. Oh, yeah, it's in here too. Awesome chair. And then we also got this one. Check it out, guys. Yeah, it's pretty epic. Did you just do this in Blender? Looks like the default Blender font. Yeah, that's pretty epic. Did you rotate the object, or did you just rotate the camera around? So in configure dash, I'm going to set dashing to true. Dashing. And then dash count will be 0 here, so that's fine. So basically we're just going to have him go toward his point, and then we're going to do the configure dash thing. So what I'm going to say is create a tween. Var tween is that. Then we say tween property self global position. And then final value will be, first off, we're going to pick a random one. So var vanish point is equal to room reference dot vanish points dot pick random. So let's go check that. Yeah, vanish points. All right, so he's gonna pick a random vanish point, and then we're gonna say move toward vanish points dot global position. Oh, actually, we don't want to pick a random one. We want to say for I in room reference vanish points, right? And then var dist will be 0. Or dist will be infinity. Then we're going to say if I, or if global position dot distance 2, we can do squared. I dot global position is less than dist, then we say distance is equal to. Well, I guess we'll just say var new dist is that. If new dist, then dist is equal to new dist. Okay, so that gives us a distance, then also make sure that we know which one is which. So we're gonna say var vanish point, right, is gonna be equal to nothing. We'll say vanish point is equal to I. Okay. And this will happen over the course of, we'll figure that out. I tried rotating the camera, but then it just traveled between, like it didn't move in a circle. It translated, okay, moved in a line and rotated on the z-axis. Okay, interesting. So, hey Mars, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, what I usually do for camera rotation stuff, I mean, it depends on whether you want to retain lighting features or not. Right, because like in this case, I can see that your lighting is changing. So it looks like the object itself is rotating, unless you're also rotating your light source, but if you rotate your object, the light source stays constant. Otherwise, if you rotate the camera, it changes. So, but it's pretty easy to rotate your camera. You can just attach your camera to an empty and then rotate it around, you know, like that. Because then when you rotate the empty, it lets you choose like the distance your camera is away, but then it still rotates around the empty, like it orbits around the empty like this. So it's a good way of doing it. If you don't care about the lighting or whatever. Another day in paradise. Yeah. Nice. So what I'm going to do for this is basically what we did before, is just getting the speed. So it's just going to be the number of seconds, really, which is going to be our distance away divided by our speed times, let's say 2. So I think that's everything we need here. So what we're going to say is we stop navigating, we pause the attack timer, we set our dash to 0. Now we're going to grab the closest vanish point and we're going to lerp toward, or we're just going to not lerp, but we're just going to move toward that vanish point. Then also what I want to say is once we actually hit the vanish pointer, we need to start fading. So let's also do that. Yeah, so I'll probably just create a separate tween for that. Tween 2. And tween 2 dot interval, which is going to be this value minus 0.5, and then we say tween 2 dot tween property self modulate color 1110 duration 0.5 seconds. All right. So now what should happen is he moves over there, he starts fading out right here, and then he starts the dash. Because the dash will teleport him and stuff, or like set his position. So right here, goal position is that. So let's see what this looks like. Hopefully it'll work. Have you guys watched the GTA 6 trailer? You still need to actually watch it. I keep seeing images and stuff from it, but hey, R3 Muzz, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. And the confetti worked. Let's go. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. We maybe could watch it on stream. I don't know if it's, you know, age rating wise, but we can maybe check it out. Live reaction, yeah. Okay, let's go. God, true. Let's go check it again. Okay, so he should go to a vanish point, one of these points. So if we're down here, he should go over to that one or whatever, or whichever one. We'll see. Oh. Okay, so I don't know what the heck he's doing. Okay, so he's broken. Let's figure out what happened here. So it's because we didn't actually wait for configure dash, which is the issue. So I have to say tween callback configure dash. That would help. Wait until he actually reaches the vanish point. And then also we're doing the classic mistake again. I have to put this into parentheses, otherwise it's going to be all messed up. Okay. Let's try this again. We're just going to relaunch the game because he's gone. GTA after all, so the age rating is a gray area. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to take any chances. But I'll check it out after stream, actually. Hurry up and load, game. Wonder if GTA 6 is going to be good. I don't know. There's very few companies that release a game and I can actually have any amount of confidence in knowing whether it's going to be a good game or not. You know, just because there's so many games that launch these days that are stupid. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, delaying is a good sign. It's to be expected with Rockstar anyways. Rather have them delay than, you know, make some crap. Okay, come on, buddy. Go to your vantage point. Okay, he's going to his vantage point. And he doesn't stop going to his vantage point. Buddy? Excuse me? I think his vantage point is just really far away or something. Which I don't know why he's going over there, because it should just be his global position to vanish point dot global position. What it might be is because inside of the room, all these nodes are a child of the node. So maybe I just need to take those out. And then maybe that'll fix my issue. So let's restart, try this. I think it'll still have reference to those nodes, but I'll make sure. In the trailer, the story looks more in line with GTA 4, which is a good thing, yeah. I don't think I've ever really played GTA 4. Honestly, I've never played any of the story of any GTA game. I think the only thing I've done in GTA is just, like, mess around in multiplayer or something. But it's a new position between updating every frame. Like, could it just be impossible to reach the vantage point fully? I don't think so, because it should only happen once, because it's like on the signal to a timer. I'm pretty sure what's happening is that like he thinks that the global position is relative to the node that the nodes were a child of, and so he's like, oh, it's actually way over at 0, 0. instead of where it actually is. So that's going to be my guess. I changed the position of the nodes, so we're going to check it again and see. Because I think that in that case, global position would be tied to the node, not the actual world that it's in. And so that's probably the issue. But we're going to see what happens here. Okay, we're good there. So let's walk over. So let's see where he goes now. He should just walk over to one of the sides here. Like here, he should go to the left. Yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're good. So it was just a case of global coordinate shenanigans. So I think that's looking pretty good. That's about how I want the dashing to look. And then, you know, he'll crawl back up over here. So I think we're good to go. See, then he goes back to his vantage point for another dash attack. So yeah, I mean, that's good. He doesn't teleport around anymore. Obviously, he teleports when he does his other dash. We're gonna now set a timer in between each of those dash attempts or whatever. Because he's dashing way too fast, probably. We'll see, I don't know. I don't know how fast we want him to dash. It's hard to say. I mean, that might be too soon. I kind of want to give players like a second of like scattering around and be like, where's he gonna show up? But I don't know. Maybe it's good to have it be like a chain of dashes where he just instantly dashes after the last one. Just so it's not so easy to dodge, maybe. But yeah, seems to be working though. Obviously he's dashing way too often, and this is just because this is his only attack right now, so he's just gonna constantly do the dash. But yeah. And then he crawls back up. All right, anyways, yeah, so you've been working on these impression globals, total global. So basically what global is it's global to whatever the top node is. So normally it's fine, like global is to whatever your world is, and you're never gonna have like usually multiple worlds. So let's say that you have a case like this where you have a regular node. The reason why this changes global coordinates is because this is not a 2D node, so it does not inherit position from the parent node here. So if you add now a 2D node to this, its global position is relative to the node. So like, say I put this over here, this isn't going to be wherever it is in the world, which is minus 40,000 over here. This is actually just going to be relative to wherever this regular node is. So global position for this node would be like minus, whatever, minus 448. That's the global position of this node. So it's just something to keep in mind if you're working with like regular nodes versus 2D nodes or parenting and childing them. But yeah, it's usually you don't ever run into that issue unless you've thrown in nodes in there randomly for a specific reason. I've done that a couple times, like with the player. I have these nodes kind of separate from the global coordinate system, just because it's basically I just want them to follow based off of the like a specific coordinate in the other global coordinate system. So that's kind of how it's set up. But yeah, I encountered that and had to make empty 2D node 2D instead of a node. Yeah. Yeah, usually if you want to retain like parent position stuff, make sure you're definitely using a regular node 2D and not a blank node. So yeah, you know that's happening. Yeah. Are you gonna make the end of the dash be him slamming to the pillar? That would be cool. I mean, I can make that happen. I'll think about it for sure. I need to fix his head rotation also, because right now, since his velocity isn't being incremented when he's dashing, it's just kind of, you know, he's locked in. What I need to do is when he's dashing is just set his velocity to the actual like movement vector that he's doing. I think there's a way to get last looking in the wrong script. Like the distance between the current position and the last position. I thought there was at least. Get last motion, that might be it. Okay, that's using that stuff though. Get position delta. I know there's like a way to get last position or something, I thought. Maybe not. It doesn't really matter. What we're gonna do is just save at the end of dashing. Is our last global position or whatever. So right here. Global position is equal to that. And then we can just say this. So we want to get the vector from our current position to the path position. So the path position is essentially the next one. So we're going to say global position dot get or dot direction to path dot global position. So that'll return our vector from this position to the next position we're going to be in. So then we're just going to say velocity is equal to that. We're not actually moving and sliding in this case, so it shouldn't actually matter if we set our velocity, but what it's going to do is fix the head rotation. So now you can see when he's moving around, his head is pointing where he's actually going. So it does fix our issues. All right. Alrighty. What was the inspiration for the new content in this game? Yeah, I think the reason why we sort of went with the style and vibe of this zone is just to contrast what's already in the game. You know, because what we have right now is we have like the Enceladus dungeon. It's very like blue coded, blue and gray coded. So we wanted something that was kind of different from that, just visually for screenshots and trailer stuff. So we started thinking like, okay, well, what's like what color scheme would be way different than that, which in this case is going to be like an orangey tan, like it's just on the opposite side of the color spectrum, right? A warmer region rather than the cold color scheme. So then I started thinking like, okay, we want like a warm color scheme. What if we do like a desert? Like what's orange and tan? Probably sort of like a deserty, dusty thing. So then I just kind of kept iterating from there of like, okay, it'd be cool if like, you know, one thing that came to mind to me when we were coming up with stuff was like, okay, what's like a zone like that? And it made me think of the Wall-E. Let me show you guys. Wall-E Earth. Where it's just all like garbagey and dusty, kind of like this. And I just thought that was a cool vibe, you know? Of like a dusty, abandoned ancient civilization. So I thought it was just a cool look. And then A suggested like there is this place in Naruto. What is it called? You probably remember what it's called. I don't. Oh yeah. Village hidden in the sand. So this is just like a cool place for like kind of building inspiration, like specifically this image of how like the buildings kind of look like clay or something, you know, like ceramic. It just looks cool. So this was another like part of the inspiration for this zone, I think. So that's sort of where it all came from. And then it was just a matter of like working it into like the universe and the lore and stuff. So it's kind of like, okay, well, let's create like what happened here. There's like this insect infestation, and the idea behind this guy is that he used to be like kind of like Wall-E. He like incinerates trash and stuff. Obviously he's evil now, but he's gone rogue. But it's good to always think about stuff like that of like, why are these things here? Like what happened? Because I think it makes it feel way more cohesive. And are you playing on multiple DLC themes? Do you mean themes as in like more dungeons and stuff, or just like a texture pack or something? Yeah, this is the only issue with our logic for the segment stuff is it when he goes around the pillar, it overlaps onto the pillar, but you can't win them all. I think it's okay. I'm not gonna fret. See, like when I make him follow me and then I make him go around the pillar, his stuff just crawls on top. It's not a huge deal, but making bosses hard, like making a whole game is hard. That's true. That is very true. Also, what's up, Abra? How's it going? But yeah, I mean, specifically doing bosses though, honestly, has been definitely tricky. Obviously the whole game is hard, but it's always been really hard to do bosses for a lot of reasons. First off, bosses are big, so drawing the sprites and stuff is just more time consuming than other kinds of enemies and objects. And also they're animated entities, so you have to animate them too, which is just another layer of complexity. And then also bosses are tricky because it's not just a matter of like, okay, just make another little melee guy or a flying guy. It's like they always have to have unique attacks and patterns and stuff, and so you have to painstakingly program all of that in. It's really time consuming and annoying. So yeah, bosses are kind of hard. Making a game that's like just bosses would probably be really hard. But which is kind of what Starground is, I guess. But yeah. Also, something I gotta do, I realized, is when we start the dash, or we start like lerping our position over, and attack dash, what we need to do is say, point his head, or set statically his velocity to where we're moving. So it's pretty easy to do. We're just gonna run it in here and say velocity is equal to global position dot direction to I dot global, or just vanish point. So that should fix his head rotation when he's first initially leaving the arena. Well, let's just watch and make sure it does. I'm gonna resave it. As long as he's not setting his velocity back to 0, but I don't think he is if navigates is false. We'll see. Let's watch and see what happens when he starts his next dash. Okay, so it did not work. I think his velocity's probably getting set back then. So we're probably going to want to change that behavior. Maybe what we can do temporarily is just enable custom logic. Right, so custom logic is true. When he's, you know, doing his attack and stuff, that's probably going to be the best way to do it. And then once his stuff is done in here, that's where we say custom logic is false. Custom logic is basically just saying don't run any of the stuff in the enemy class. So he's fine now, and then, yeah, there we go. Because it sets velocity back to 0 inside of the enemy class. It's great for most basic enemies, but sometimes you've got to disable that code just to do specific stuff. So does he lose segments? Oh, you left. I'll wait until you're back. All right. You see the player's trash now? Yeah. You made bullet hell nothing but bosses, but bullet hell is more about patterns and heavy mechanics. Yeah, I think a bullet hell would be a lot easier, just because of the way that you do the attacks and like set it up. Because yeah, like you're saying, it's just sort of like generating patterns of bullets. So I don't think it would be too difficult to do that. A lot of that is probably just math based, you know, of just like shoot a bullet every X, you know, sine wave attached to a time, you know, it'd be kind of easy probably. But yeah, with this guy, it's kind of a whole thing. The game has its pros and cons. Bullet hells need to worry about number of objects, less bullets on screen for performance. Yeah, performance is definitely a big consideration for that. I don't know how you would optimize for that. Probably just like I don't know. Object pooling obviously would help a lot, I think. Just so you're not instantiating and deleting the bullets every single time so it doesn't lag so bad. Yeah, I just object pool and change the shapes of sprite collision layer in mine. That's totally fair, yeah. Yeah, and if you really wanted to get advanced with it, you could probably use like the rendering server alongside the collision server so that you can handle whether a bullet's hit a player or not, and then also like render it in the most performant way. That's probably another way you could get around that, just so that you don't have to deal with objects or nodes at all. Because basically it's just simulating the like the same functions of the bullet without actually having to create it as a node. So that would probably be the fastest way. That would probably let you do a lot of bullets. It's kind of technical though. Then you don't really get depth ordering or anything, so going about 1500 bullets with 120 to 140. Yeah, I mean that's totally fine. I think it just depends. Optimization is the kind of thing where you really should only optimize to the point of like what's actually going to happen in your game, because then otherwise it's just wasted time, I think. Because like if you're never going to have more than 1500 bullets, then why bother making it run faster with more, right? So and I've kind of taken that approach a little bit with Starground, because like one thing with Starground is that the worlds are static in size, you know. So I know that on a given planet there's not ever going to be more than a certain number of buildings placed down. I mean, obviously you can change the size of it in the menu and stuff, but there's a maximum like limit to the size. A lot of games have like infinite chunk generation, like Factorio and stuff, but I just don't bother with that. Yeah, it's also good to do it this way for multiplayer, because it's then you know like where players are and stuff. It's not such a complicated thing. But yeah, I don't know. I do need to work on generation speed more, especially if we're going to add in, you know, another planet. I mean, the third planet and the one that's upcoming will be really easy to render in. We spent some more time kind of planning out exactly how that planet's going to work. So it is going to be a gas giant planet. So there's not really going to be any node, like resource nodes or terrain necessarily to spawn in or to generate. So hopefully it'll be pretty simple. Planet within a planet, yeah. Basically. Yeah, I think the way I do planets is probably a good idea. I was definitely conflicted when I first started out, like, doing the planet stuff of, like, you know, obviously it was just fine when this was just the thing, but then I was like, okay, I want to add in the dungeon and the space hub and stuff now, and so I was like, how am I going to do this, you know? But yeah, I mean, when it comes to multiplayer, unless you do your own custom networking solution, where, like, you have, like, a region system, you know, where you only run stuff or sync nodes for people in specific regions, I think having it actually all just be physical places in the scene is the play, you know? I don't know. I'm sure everybody has different opinions about that and stuff of, like, actually, you should do it this way, but I think it works for Starground, so that's all that really matters, you know? One thing I'd like to do is maybe add some parallax to the space background. That'd be kind of cool. I know space doesn't really parallax because it's enormous, but we can do some light parallaxing just to give a little bit of depth. I've thought about doing that, especially now that we have parallax in the desert zone. Also, we're going to have to get these quests working for this update. I have the quests generating here, but they're not actually working yet, so... And also, now that we have, like, the entity system, I want to link up, like, an image, or it shows an image of what the mushroom and stuff looks like, right? We're gonna have to work on that. That's gonna be a little tricky. Questing stuff is freaking complicated, guys, but what I'm gonna do is, I guess, give each player, like, a linked questing thing. Quests won't be able to be saved if you're connecting locally, which is too bad, but If you're on Steam, then it's fine. If it works for a game, you're happy, as long as your community happy, then that's all that matters, really, yeah. It doesn't, yeah, there's no point in, like, overcomplicating things for no reason, right? Like, it was greater than fancy infinite rendering, yeah. I don't know if it would really enhance the experience of Starground that much. That's one of the things that I was thinking about when I first was, like, getting into procedural terrain stuff. You know, because for the longest time, the world was just a freaking rectangle. There wasn't any procedural terrain or anything, and I think it's still like that in the demo. But I was always like, I don't know. Do I want to do infinite stuff? But I realized, like, with multiplayer and all that business, like, I just really don't think it's worth it unless there's a really good reason to, and I couldn't come up with any good reasons. You know? Because it felt like every issue that comes from having a limited world size can be solved in one way or another. You know? It's just like, oh, I don't know, what even are some of the issues? Not enough resource nodes? Just add in a building to spawn resources faster. You know, it doesn't like, you know, or, oh, small world size, just make resources infinite so you don't run out and stuff like that. There's a lot of solutions, I feel like. I think a lot of times people generate or create games that have infinite worlds just because they can, but I don't know if it's always a good idea, you know? Even Minecraft isn't infinite, the worlds can become like gigs in size, yeah. That's definitely a constraint. They can get huge. But yeah, I don't know. I think infinite terrain is really cool, and the concept behind it is awesome. Like, it's freaking really cool for some kinds of games, but I don't think it's always the play, you know? I think most of the time you can get away by just changing how the game works a little bit. But then you don't have to deal with all the technical debt and struggle of having to create infinite worlds. Just way more simple. Alright, well I think his dash is looking pretty good. Also, Ace, I don't know if you're back yet, are you? I was gonna reply to your message. We'll see. Let's work on his segments, because I think that's like the big part of him that's missing right now. It looks a little odd. So his head is like 48. I don't know whether to, I'll probably go 48 for his segments, because he has to have legs, so. But for his body segments, we're gonna open up Blender and animate away. So hey, Goopix, thank you for the follow. So let's go open. Okay, we have this open already, just to have sort of a reference here. So let's open up the boss head scene. Okay. So that's what we have in here. I think I'm just gonna duplicate this for the segment. Yeah, probably. So we're just gonna, yeah, render out the ones we need, which are those, and then we can copy to flip them over. So let's create another mesh. This is gonna be, I don't know what we want to start with. Honestly, maybe just a sphere. And then we like make it a little random. Let's see what we can do with this. Welcome back, Oshik. Let's up the segment count so we don't run into issues with that. And then what I'm kind of thinking, honestly, is we just add a deform modifier. Or a displacement modifier. With a new texture, clouds like that. And then we just kind of warp it. So up the size. Something like that, maybe. Obviously not that noisy, but you get the idea. You know? It's like a meatball. Let's go look at the design we've got here for the body. Yeah, because it's pretty like, organic looking. Let's, like, I think what we will do that, but let's just model out a cube and, like, actually hard body model, and then we'll go do that. Terraria isn't infinite also, come to think of it. Yeah, it's one of the most popular games of all time. Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't think there's, like, with Terraria, there's not really a good reason to do it, right? To make an infinite world. I don't think Terraria would be that much more fun if the world was infinite. Because the thing is it plays to its strengths of having a limited size world. Of, like, with the corruption and all that stuff, of it being like a force that you have to deal with, or your world. It's like, I don't know, it's more fun, in my opinion, that way. Yeah. I just think more game developers need to actually think about that sometimes. Because I see so many games with infinite terrain generation, but does it really make the game better? You know, is it really worth it? All the effort and stuff to do it? Probably not. So this is the general shape I'm thinking. Obviously this looks stupid, but the thing is we're going to run the deform modifier, or the displacement modifier. I think what I'm actually going to do is probably just subdivision it. Like this. So actually, let's go back in here. Let's undo our bezels. I think we're going to do some funny stuff here. Because what you can do is like this stuff, so you can define how the subdivision will do it. And in the case of this body, I think that's going to be the play. Right, so I can define like sort of where these segments go. Like that I want to be smoother, so I leave it there. And honestly, same with down here, so I think I'm going to just drag that back. Right, kind of like that. And same here. I'm actually going to connect this node to that one. Connect it last. Like that. Subdivision stuff sometimes is a fun way of modeling, because you can get really like high fidelity stuff. Because now, since it's also subdividing, we can just do our displacement modifier really easy. Right? And like, boom, we're basically done. And this is how we can kind of randomize it. We're going to increase the size more. Let's go to like 2. Set it to like that. So it just kind of randomizes the shape. And we'll shade it smooth like that. Oh, we got ads. Sorry, guys. Let's merge these. I want this to be a little more rounded, I think, here. And then see, like, if we want to change the roundness of a segment, we just grab these vertices and then we just be like, shrink it and move it. So it's a pretty nice organic way of modeling. Oh, it shrunk in. Whoops. We have to shrink on the z-axis only. Kind of like that. Unless, I don't know, maybe I do need to, I haven't really modeled this way a lot, so I don't really know the best way to do things, but maybe in this case we do actually want to just do this. Like, merge it last. Because it seems like it's giving us a smoother result. Yeah, that's probably going to be better. Alright. And then some of these, like, details we can just paste on here, not subdividing. Like the little mesh grill thing that we want to do. Let's also texture this stuff. So, like, looks like the body's sort of split in half, so we have this like top shell thing. And then we're just gonna add another loop cut really close. Yeah, sorry about the ads, gamers. Kind of like that. Now we can just select all this stuff and boom. So first material, just assign red. And then all this stuff down here is going to be gray. Like so. So that doesn't look too bad. We're gonna need the leg segments and stuff, so that's gonna be a whole thing. All right, ads are over. Sorry, gamers. My apologies. We could also maybe even round the top of this a little bit. Like if we add let's see. We just do a knife cut to the center here. Like that, apply it. Now I can just grab each one of these nodes and then just lift it up. Like that, so it's more rounded. Yeah. Wonder what it looks like without the subdivision. It's pretty blocky. It's like a PS1 game. Alright. So, other things we needed to do. Let's get like the little furnace bit. Let's see, I'm just looking through the attacks right now. Okay, furnace bit. It might be a little tricky to see that bit, but we'll see. So this is just going to be kind of like a grill, right? Then we're going to extrude along here. This doesn't have to be very fancy. One nice thing about rendering out to pixel art is like the stuff you model isn't actually what's visible, you know? So like you can it can kind of look bad. It's kind of okay. Okay, so we want to dissolve these vertices, I think. Oh, it's going to be funny, isn't it? It's going to be hilarious. Let's just do this. Merge it at last. That other one seemed to merge okay. I don't know why it's all fricked up. Yeah, let's fix this. Alright. So now I think we can bevel this, and I think it'll be... yeah. We're gonna have to fix a lot of this. It's still a little quirky. But it'll be fine. I know it looks like a mess. Don't worry, guys. Let's go maybe 0.5 on that and fewer segments. Alright, now the edges are atrocious. The edge faces. Let's redo all those. I've been spending a lot of time in Blender recently. I've been trying to like just get better at stuff. One thing that's been really helpful I've noticed is like these are two nodes here. Is the face fill function, because you can just do this fill and just like boom. So when you have like a really weird geometry like this, where it's on a curve, you don't want to manually go through and fix it. You just boom, fill, and it just does it. So triangulates all this stuff correctly, and so it's kind of nice. I want a bezel or bevel? It's bevel, not bezel. Bezel's like a thing on an edge of a thing. So this is sort of the shape that I want. It looks kind of like a chair. And then I think what I'm gonna do, what I want is like stripes in the center of like a furnace, right? So I'm actually just going to use the bool modifier and just align this to where I want it, right? So like boom, somewhere in there. And then I'm gonna give this an array modifier. So on the Y, 1.1 is how we can decide the distance between these two also. Just go like 5 or something. And just kind of align it where we want it. This isn't going to be an exact science with this because we aren't actually saving this model. It's just kind of like a temporary model for rendering. But now we can bool to that object and take a look. So this is what we end up with. It's kind of like a furnace opening, but now we can make it a curve easily. There's probably better ways to do this, honestly. I mean, I'm not that good at Blender. There's people that are God mode at Blender. But I think this looks okay. It's just so that we can put a little grill on the front of the body over here. So I'm gonna apply that now. And I'm also gonna set the material like that. And now we can sort of push it over onto the body and stuff. Let's set origin, center of mass, and set the X to, or the Y to 0. Make it a little smaller. Maybe rotate it a bit. So that's basically where I want it. And I might also maybe fill in the faces back here. Right, so just select all these. And the reason I would do that is so that I can fill it in as black. Just like this. You know, might look a little better with the sprite. Otherwise, it's just going to be kind of a noisy mess, so. Oops. Face, fill. Sign. Face, fill, assign. That's Alt F4. Wait, no, not Alt F4. Alt F? Yeah. Alt F. There we go. So now we can see what that looks like. So we can modify the shape of this a little bit just so we can actually see the black. Just kind of move it around, honestly. And this is where we can just grab a point and start moving it. Right? Because, again, this isn't going to be the final model, so I'm okay deforming it and messing it up just for the visuals of it. So now we get something kind of like that. I think that'll be fine. Now join these together. Oh, don't do that. Parent it. Cool. Free Combat Wombat, welcome in. How's it going? Hello, fellow Godot Dev. What's up? Okay. So I think that'll probably work okay. We'll see. I don't know. It's hard to say exactly how I feel about this. I feel like maybe the little things here might be too frequent. I think I'm actually going to No, because you gotta see it. I mean, no one's ever gonna see the bottom, so it doesn't really matter if it's on the bottom. So maybe we just I'm gonna restart. Sometimes this happens, but it's okay. There's nothing wrong with this. So what is this game you're making? Yeah, I'm working on my game Starground. Thank you for the link, Oshik. It is a pixel art game, but we're modeling right now for the boss. Something I typically do for the bosses in this game are I model them in Blender, and then I go back through and do I like export it to a sprite, because it's just sometimes it's really hard to get everything looking exactly how you want, you know? So that is why. It's just easy to do this, like, because then I can get all the perspective perfect and stuff. So, yeah. Some people might say that's, like, sacrilegious, some pixel artists, but I say, why not use all the tools at your disposal? If you can model and make things, then why not, you know? Okay, I think that's going to be the better vibe. I'm going to apply that, and then I'm going to just shrink this vertically. And now push this back over here. So yeah, I'm just creating this is a boss for Starground. This is, his name is Caloris. He's kind of like an evil furnace centipede. It'll make more sense once I actually show it off in game. Yeah, it's coming along. I'm just gonna give that a bevel, not bezel. I think that looks okay. We'll make it look better once we actually export out the sprite and stuff. Parent it. All right, so what we're gonna do is hide the head over here. It's like it's all in this empty, so we can just, nope, okay. We're gonna create a new collection and then put the empty in there and then hide the collection. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, these things are actually real. So put that in there. Here, let's just hide that. Keep putting these in the collection until they're all gone. Same with the point light. All right. Then all this other stuff is going to go in the other collection. So now I can hide these things. Some of these should not be visible, though, like that one. None of those should be visible. So we're going to hide that collection, and now we're going to move this one to the center. And also move that one along with us. Just kind of put it there. Okay. Honestly, kind of based. Yeah. Can't do visual art to save my life, but that sounds like a smart approach. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's not that I'm not a pixel art person, because I've definitely done my fair share of pixel art. It's probably one of the things I'm best at, honestly. But I think it's just so helpful, because even to people that are really experienced with pixel art, it's always going to be tricky to get the perspective perfectly right on such a big sprite like this. Because this is a big guy. He's like, the image resolution is pretty big. And so drawing like 8 different directions of it and stuff, it's never going to really look right. So, but yeah. Most of the stuff I've not modeled in Blender in Starground. Practically everything has just been hand-drawn. But, yeah. For some guys, though, like the Dreadcat boss and stuff, it's just nice to model it out first. I mean, even stuff like this, which almost kind of looks modeled, it's not. So, but yeah. Anyways, let's see. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do the body segments. I might do 45s. The problem is I also need to animate this body, right? Because we need legs, which is kind of annoying. So we're going to also get started on the legs because we need to do that. So let's add... There's going to be a... We're going to do a curve. Just a regular Bezier curve. And we're going to modify this curve. Let's rotate that way. Here, let's just do this so I'm not messing it up. I wish I could... Oh, there we go. Set the... No, wait. Can I just set the angle of this to nothing? Oh well, we'll figure it out. I don't know why this angle is a little bit off. It's weird. I can just set the angle, but it's not minus 90. It's weird though. Weird. I guess that's just additional rotation instead of it being like an absolute rotation thing. Oh well, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not really worried about it. And then get that aligned, push it down. Okay. So welcome back, Ace. Yeah, sorry to answer your question back there, Ace. He does not lose segment when he dashes. I think it just looks kind of like he is because his segments get closer together when he dashes, but he shouldn't actually lose them. Okay, so now on this... Like, is the one trying to make GD insert Australian lingo here and thing, right? Yeah. Let's give this like, oops, not that big. Thick leg. 0.3, 0.2. He has like little needle legs, so his leg is actually going to be pretty short. Kind of like that. I mean, honestly, in this case, looking at how the leg is designed in our reference, I might just model it with objects. I think it might be a better way to do it in this case. Normally, I wouldn't do that, but that'll be fine. Oops. Let's see. I only want to rotate on that axis. So we want to go like... Maybe not quite 45, 30. Get that aligned in the center. And then he's going to have another one, which is rotated the other way. So 60 degrees. Kind of like that. And I'm not super worried about getting these perfect, because again, we're going to trace back over these, so. But let's, shrink this, kind of like that. Same with this. Shrink. This one is more like... Okay, how are his legs laid out? I'm looking at it, it looks like it's just kind of out to the sides. Some of them are different, like it shows it more going down first. I'll probably just keep it in line with how the other guys are designed. It's going to be more like this. And then the final step, which I'm not even going to model, but we're just going to, you know, like that, and then extrude it out as the needle. And that's going to merge at center. So that's our leg. Whoa. Ace is on the mirror board, insane. I'm probably going to decrease the size of it a little bit. These legs shouldn't really be that big or anything, you know? Like, they're just going to be kind of... Because there's going to be so many of them. I don't want it to take up too much space. Let's move that back on the X. Rotate on the Z. And right there is where we want it. Rotate it on the Y a little bit. And then we're going to duplicate it. Move it over. Rotate on the Z. 180. Move it in. And we're gold. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna have to make this like fit in. This is sort of the motion, right? So yeah, I guess it's fine to make this segment a little wider for this. I think that's what we're gonna do. And this needs to go up anyways. The body should be centered. So we're actually going to change the export resolution to 64, I think. Then that means we're going to have to modify the camera. So let's do that. Just about like right there. We can change positioning a little bit for that. All right. Looks like that wouldn't... well, this is just a segment. So like he's going to have a bunch of segments, so it'll be fine. Why did you draw a spider on the board? sorry, yeah. I don't know, man. I didn't draw the spider. Yeah, it's a centipede, so yeah, he's gonna have a bunch of legs. It obviously looks weird if this is his only leg, but yeah. It'll be different, don't worry. Okay. And then for these, I'm just gonna freaking texture it, like, whatever. I guess we can texture it what it's supposed to be, which is this middle one. An easy way of doing this is, why is it showing like a big ring? Oh. We just grab it, select linked. So this one's gonna be red. And then these other ones, select linked, are gonna be gray. Like that. And we can do the same thing over here. I do really like texturing stuff in Blender because it's just cool. And then boom, select, by linked, assign. All right, so this is our guy. And I think this will be fine. This will be in motion and stuff, obviously, so yeah. I do think maybe rotating this in a little bit would help. Just like somewhere around there. All right. Looks like you're pulling some inspiration from Nuclear Throne. I've never actually played Nuclear Throne, so I have no idea what it's all about. I could see it, yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not because I've never played it, but you know, it's got a sort of similar vibe. Yeah. I describe the Starground art style as just kind of cartoon pixel. You know, like it's kind of exaggerated proportions and stuff. It's very cartoony, but it's also pixel art, which is sort of exactly what Nuclear Throne's got going on. So some of the colors do look definitely pretty similar. I don't think it's the same palette. It could be. The thing is I didn't make the Starground palette. It's actually just the Sega 32. Sega, whatever. I've modified it, but that's all it really is. So it's possible. Maybe it is the same palette. Who knows? I could do like a color comparison, but... My team's Mira has an Undertale jar. If you mention Undertale Delta in a meeting, your name goes in the jar. Yeah. Yeah, we've got the giggle pit, yeah. Jar has another meaning for me, yeah. Yeah, the giggle pit is fun. All right, I'm gonna parent these legs. So now when we rotate, okay, everything's broken, awesome. Now when we rotate, That's what the side view is gonna be like. We're probably gonna have to modify it. No. No. Anger the cheese time, guys. Please don't do this to me. No! Not again. No! No, 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 no! Alright, that's it. I hate to do this, guys. But I can't take it anymore. I think we might have to set a limit. I think we can set like a... What is it? Limits per user per stream? We might have to set that. Just so one person doesn't blow all of their points on cheese. Redemption cooldown. I don't really want to set a cooldown because I want people to be able to queue up multiple, but... Limit redemptions per stream. It's not really what I'm looking for. I wish you could set like a time period that like, okay, once you hit more than 5 redemptions in a certain amount of time, and stop it. I don't think there's a way to do that though. I don't know. I can set minutes. It's funny, you can set like days for the redemption cooldown. No redemptions per stream. I don't know, there's not really a good way to do it. Just don't spam it, please. I trust that you guys won't. All right. Oh, this is off now. Boom. Okay. So now when we rotate this around, yeah, one issue is that the legs are going to be weird. Because it's going to be, yeah. We're going to have to figure out what to do about that. I mean, honestly, the solution is just make it 64 by 64, which isn't really a big deal. It's kind of okay. So I think we'll just do that. I think 4 redeems per user is a necessary evil. Yeah, I might have to. We'll see. Once saw a meme that said childhood is idolizing Batman, adulthood is realizing cheese is really expensive. Cheese is expensive, man. You don't think about it, but like when you're at the grocery store and you see all the fancy cheeses and stuff in the display cabinet, they're each like, it's like frickin' $10 for like a little thing of cheese. It's like, oh my god. Cheese is really expensive. It's not too bad if you get like the big bulk bags of shredded cheese and stuff, or even the bags like in the display stand, but yeah, we have multiple cheese displays. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me open up let's draw what my cheese display looks like. So at my store, we have 2. The first one is kind of like this, where it's like this, right? And then this is like the side of it, and it's like standing up. Right, so this is like the wall here. So basically it's this big like circular display, and it's just filled with a bunch of cheese in here. It's just cheese galore. And this is like a special one, like it has all this prepackaged cheese. It has like mozzarella and all these fancy cheeses and stuff. So that's the one display, but then there's also like just a cheese aisle kind of thing. It's just a big, long, you know, big thing like this. That's just a refrigerated stand. Of, you know, they got the hooks and stuff, and then there's a pack of cheese and bags and stuff. Yeah, we have the aisle, but then also the display, which is, this is like the fancy one. The cheeses on the aisle are pretty cheap, but the display has the expensive cheeses. So may last the full duration on the first go, but the keep redeeming it reduces the duration. Yeah. Maybe. No, we'll see. Burst and garlic plus herb and cheese with the bagel chips goes so hard. Oh yeah. Is that? Let me look it up. Yeah, garlic and fine herbs, and then bagel chips. What are bagel chips? Oh, those. Okay. They're just, yeah. Bagel chips sound kind of good right now, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I would eat some bagel chips right now. Is that a pig? Yeah. Those are big bagel chips. How do you make bagel chips? How to make bagel chips? You could probably make them. I got bagels. Let's look. Bagel chips. Bagels, oil, and salt. Okay. Well, it's pretty easy. Yeah, so you just slice it up. So basically, you're just frying the bagels. Dude, I should make some freaking bagel chips tonight. I guess they're basically like croutons, but I imagine if you cut them really thin, then it's more like a chip than a crouton, because croutons are like thick chunks of bread. Guys, should I make some bagel chips? I might do that. It does sound pretty good, doesn't it? I might make some bagel chips tonight. Alright, so the issue with this animation is that we need to... It's going to be annoying. Because we need the different directions, but we also need to animate it, which kind of sucks. So, how are we going to do this? I mean, I think the legs are probably just going to be a 2-frame animation. I guess we could go 4-frame, but that's annoying. I don't know. How do we want to animate this? Because like we need the different orientations, but we also need the legs to be moving, and so it's kind of really tricky. And then it's a case of like how many frames do we want and stuff. I don't know. We can do yeah, it's gonna be annoying. Well, let's go into the timeline editor. So we're just gonna give this 4 frames then. So this is gonna rotate. Here, let's get this in its final rotation state. All nice and lined up, you know. Oh, it's just that this is off. Okay, so that's actually where we want it. So we're gonna apply that as the default rotation. Keyframe it. Oops. Next frame, we want it to rotate on the Y back. I don't know how far we want it to rotate. Probably more than that. I'm saying like... Probably just do a full 45. Keyframe it. And then it'll go, oops, forward a full 45. Boom. Actually, this will work. Let's make sure all these are set to interpolation mode as linear. So obviously this is animating way too fast. Let's set the frame rate to like freaking 8 or something. Alright, this is more what it's gonna look like. He is running, yeah. So I'm gonna copy all these keyframes. We're gonna paste them over here. Cool, doesn't let me do it. I don't know how to actually copy keyframes. I mean, you'd think I could just Control-C it, but then it doesn't work. Paste. I guess it's because it's technically a different object. Whatever, man. I'm frickin' done. I'm just gonna redo it. So let's keyframe it. Next frame, this one will be forward. Then back, and then this one will go back. So this is what it looks like. And we can increase the FPS if we want to, like. He's running, guys. 200, 1,000, 10,000. You could just go insane with the FPS, can't you? Okay. The limit is 32,000 FPS, so. The FPS doesn't actually matter since we're just exporting it as a PNG, but yeah. Okay, so this will be one animation. We're just going to render all these separately, I guess. It's kind of annoying, but I don't know how else we're really going to do it. So this is what it looks like when it's exported out. Which doesn't even look too bad. I don't think there's going to be too much cleanup that we're going to have to do in these animations, hopefully. So we need to put these into a big folder. Right now our folder is Worm Guy. Let's create a new folder in here. This will be segment, and then drag segment in here. So this is going to be D, so that it's like the down one. Resave this scene, render. Okay, that one's done. Now we just have to go through and rotate it for each angle. So rotate this to 45. Render the animation. Oops, okay. Render the animation. Now rotate to 45 and rename it to down right. Doctor. Okay. Now we rotate it to 90. Rename it to R. Render. Now we rotate it to 135. Rename it to right up or something. RU, Russia. Render, and then the final one. 180. And we rename it to up. All right, so now we should have all the segments rendered out. We can look in here. Let's just open them all. Preview these, make sure they're good. Looking good to me. I don't think up rendered though. Thought it did. Let's just render again, make sure. Okay, there it is. I don't know what happened. All right, so now we're gonna go and do sprite sheet packing. So sprite sheet packer, this one. And we're just gonna drag our sprites in here and get them all packed. So this is all we're doing. Pack them, download it, clear, next batch. Pack it, download it, clear, next batch. Pack it, download it, clear, next batch. Pack it, download it, clear, next batch. Bop, bop, bop. And we're good. So now we're gonna have to go through and clean up all these animations, but I think it'll be worth it. It's kind of annoying to do so many animations for this one guy, but it will look cool, I'm not gonna lie. Right? So this is what they all look like. It's not too bad. It's definitely gonna need some work though. First off, the first thing we're gonna do is just do like a coloring pass, right? We're gonna go through and fix all the colors and stuff in here. Because they're all over the place right now. Whoa, what? Why is that just a different color? Am I crazy, guys? Is that not a different color? What? Am I insane? Okay. That's the color. I don't know anymore. I guess it's fine. Weird. All right, next color pass. The darker red. And I'm just going to compare it against the head, which, yeah, that's all the colors we had, so we should be good here. Now we're going to go through and fix the colors here. I'm just doing this so that the colors are exactly within the palette. Technically, we could probably just get away with not doing it, but it'll be okay. Why does this look like not a single pixel? Oh, that's weird. Oh, well, I guess it's fine. Hey, yo. So that one and that one. Bop and bop. All right, these are all nice, consistent color now. So there's going to be a couple things that I'm going to do just to do it. So like, for example, I want these all to be glowing evil because it's a furnace. And something I might also do is just crop out. I think this will be fine. I think we can just cut that so that we still have the legs animating, but we can just fix up one of the bodies, right? Yeah. And then we can just paste it onto the legs. It's going to be way easier. So we got to fix a lot of this stuff in here. This is all messed up. This should just be full dark. Okay, should be something like that. And then this can be kind of like, I don't know, maybe we'll be anti-alias with red. I think that looks okay. Fix all the random pixels down here. Yeah, I mean, this method still requires a lot of cleanup, but I do think it's worth it. Because it's, like I've said before in other streams, it's not like for the perfect colors and stuff and pixels. It's just to get the perspective and stuff right. And just fix like some of the weird blotches and stuff. I think that looks okay. Might even give it like a, maybe a shine on there or something. I think that looks kind of good. Maybe just give it like a little bit of like a border thing here. No, just keep it like that. So let's see what else we've done over here. I thought we might have had some like rust, but we can just add that in now. And to do that, I'm just gonna copy on this and just like, damn. Right, just add in some rusty bits. And then maybe I actually won't do this. A little shine, because it maybe looks a little weird. Actually, what I might do, though, is this. Oh, that's what's going on. There we go. And I might also add a hinge over here. Maybe a thicker hinge. Sort of like that. But then I gotta do the perspective. It'll be fine. Alright, so we're just going to be copying. So how wide is this segment? It's about like 32, so it should be the same width as the head. Now I'm just going to copy this segment over and fill it in for all these spots. Without changing the vertical position, hopefully. Okay. And let's clean up the legs and stuff, because they're sort of a mess. Let's just do one at a time so we can be done with it. Make sure that this is connected. Okay. It's not looking too bad. Now, actually, some of these legs, right, we can just copy. Like, this one is the same as this one. So, it does help a lot with that. And, like, same over here. This leg is the same as this one. And technically, this one should be the same as the other one, too, because it's just the same thing, but flipped. Let's give this some, like, noise in here. So I should be able to just copy this one and paste it and flip it horizontal and then use it for this one. The lighting will probably be a little bit different and stuff, but like it's basically the same leg. As you can see, it blends in pretty well. And then just delete the old one. Alright, cool. Only difference on this leg is that it's brighter up here because it's not cast in darkness. So I'll just make that change and it's pretty easy. Yeah, there's going to be a frick ton of these legs to do, man, because we've got all these frames and that's, we've got to do it 4 times. 5 times, whatever, yeah. But that's one of them complete. Now we can just say object outline. Give it a temporary color. Do that. Delete the stupid pixels. Boom. Replace it with black. And boom. There's going to be some spots I'm going to have to go fix. But it is not a big deal. Just like that. So that's one direction of our animation. It's definitely going to take a minute, huh? Well, let's call this one, let's see. Well, actually, we have to add more on. So we'll do that. Chloris segment. Oh, we need so many. I think I'm just going to save this as one image, then we're just going to have the different directions be like stacked on top of each other. So if we're going to have 8 directions, then it's 64 times 8, which is 512. Kind of like this, just have one big sprite sheet. And then also, we're going to need... Actually, no, it's fine, because we need... Yeah, no, this will work. Alright, so that's one. Let's just do the side one really quick. I mean, luckily we can, these will be flipped and stuff, right, for the other rotation, so it's not going to be terrible. It's definitely going to take a while, though. If I, like, full dove into the Blender style and I didn't even bother cleaning up the sprites after I export them, then it would probably look fine. But I just want to make sure that these do match the game style, so that's why I'm kind of going through and fixing them up and stuff. Because I don't want them to look weird. And I'm making this stripe thing so I can see the extents of each frame, right? So now when I copy the one on the side, I can just be like, oops, wrong layer. Just goes right there and line it up in the corner. Alright, so this one's going to need a whole bunch of work. Just fix some minor things I notice immediately. Okay, like what's going on here? What is this? Clean up some of that, you know. Or at least just kind of mesh it in a little bit. I don't want these parts to be changing during the animation because it'll look weird. No, I don't like how that looks. Yeah, it's, you know what, frickin' get rid of all this crap down here. That one's okay because the arm is moving out of the way, so it's like showing more bright stuff, but yeah. Alright, other stuff is that this looks terrible. So we're going to fill that side in like that. And get it lined up where I want it. Okay, for a second I thought the music stopped, but now we're good. And we also need to copy over this body thing again. I don't know how we're going to do it. I mean, really the only bits we need to copy is the top part, so we can probably just kind of copy it over, you know? Let's also round this off a little bit. Right, like that. So let's just copy this. I don't know where this needs to line up. Probably right there, though. Let's make sure that looks correct. Yep, we're good. And now that I'm looking at it, I want to change it. Awesome. It's not a big deal. Okay. Let's also make this change to the metal thing on all these. Like that. Okay, now it's just a matter of cleaning up the lighting. Maybe doing some anti-aliasing where I want. That one actually looks okay. I don't know what it is with this little weird dark thing, though. I mean, this should have, like, a shadow. So it should kind of look like that. And then kind of round it out and stuff. I think that doesn't look too bad. Let's outline it. Global. Got to be careful of the global because I don't want to interfere with other sprites here. Now let's fix the outline stuff. Cool. All right, next one. We've got all the diagonals now. song goes kind of hard, guys. All right. So let's clean up this one. It's not too bad here, but there's some bits that I want fixed up. Yeah, this is gonna be, it's gonna take a minute. Oh well. What are you gonna do, right? Actually, that's okay to keep it like that, because it's kind of messy anyways. Okay. Oops. All right. There's that. Snooze the ad. Okay, legs. Let's talk about them legs. Those look okay. That one. Fix that one up. There's a weird little pixel there. See, this should be like the underside. Which I guess you see it a little bit. I guess like that's fine. Okay. Let's clean up some of this stuff in here. Just gonna do that there. All right. I think we're almost there. We have to clean up down here because it's got like a weird dithering pattern or something. So just wipe it all. Kind of like that. I think it's probably good to preview this one because it might look a little funky with some of the colors down here changing, but we'll see. Okay, this one's weird. Let's fix that. Also, something that I didn't do in the other ones, which I need to do, is like the rust. Right? So let's make sure that's established. I think the rust gives a good vibe. It's kind of a way to like pop in some extra color, because I don't want it to just be red and gray. So. And then we'll do the same thing in the front here and stuff. Just on a new layer, probably. Just some rust like that. Shut up, Windows. Not now. I need to install Windows Update. It's a new feature update. Actually, some of this should be dark, like in here. This should be kind of like that. I think that looks pretty good. Alright, now we move it to all of these. Thank God the body isn't also moving, because it lets us do stuff like this. But if it was, it would be kind of hard. Oh, so this is actually the... Yeah, we need to do that, so that it doesn't get confusing out here. It's a new feature, more malware? Probably, yeah. No, I don't know. I need to actually look at the changelog and stuff. Alright, repeat outline. Delete the stupid ones. Eyes are burning right now. Alright. Fill in all the little sharp bits. Alright. Also one thing that I need to do then, since I'm doing like the bright, shiny, glowing furnace, I need to do that down here too. And all the red bits. Just so it looks like the furnace is on. I don't want him to look dead yet. But I will do a corpse sprite for him. Snooze that ad. Okay. We're getting there, slowly but surely. There's only 2 more we have to do, which is the back one, which I think is pretty easy. And then there's the other diagonal, so let's do those. And then it's just a matter of copying and pasting all the other directions, and then we're good. So let's just speed run this, shall we? First off, cleaning off that bod. Look at that. Look at that grunge in there, man. We gotta... clean this up, you know. All right. I think the body looks fine. So let's go ahead and copy it. Bop. Okay. Go through and clean up some of the legs, the leggy boys. That one looks fine. Fix this one up like the other one. I think that's about how it looked. Then that one looks okay. Just a little flat though. Fix that little pixel there. Okay. And I'm just looking at the other side now, right? That one looks fine, except there's a bunch of weird bits down here we need to fix. Let's just do this. Check Starground chat when you get a chance. Epic. I will take a look at that soon. Fix this one up. All right. I think that looks okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy at that one. All right, we outline the outline object. All right, we only have to do this once, guys, and then never again. Unless we do another boss that looks like this guy, but I don't think I will. I don't think we're going to have another one that moves around so much like this. I mean, we might. Who knows, right? But at least not one where I have to draw freaking 8 directions. You know, gets kind of crazy. Okay, let me look at the Starground chat. Apparently the Minecraft server isn't working. Give me 1 second here. I got to open my remote viewer. I don't want to expose my IPs. Okay. We're good. Oops. The mod is not applying to the server, huh? Well, that's a problem. I don't know why. I don't know why that's happening. Can I mute the freaking volume on the... There we go. Okay, got an ad upcoming. Sorry, guys. Okay, now we just need to do... Yeah, I guess just the other diagonal, and then I think that's it. So we've done back one. Have we done that one yet? We have not. So this is the last one to do. This guy will look really cool once he's built. I mean, once he's done animated, you know? So... And I can start just moving these around to their proper positions. Like this one should be right here. Right? Let's see. Down, left, down, right. Actually, it should be here. At least we can just get them in the right order. This one should be the second to last. So we'll just do this. Oops. Move this guy down here. So it's going to go from left to right. Yeah, it's going to be going clockwise, right? Yeah. Okay, and the last one is this guy, which we haven't done yet. So let's do it. All right. Fix the little needle guys. That one's okay. It's weird lighting though. It should probably be more like that. Imagine these needles aren't just a... Like, it's going to be kind of tapered. Okay. Now let's fix some shading, shall we? Okay, this one's a mess. I don't know what happened there. Okay, that's looking fine. This one's a little weird. Because that should be just like that. The bright thing on top. Right, kind of like that. Let's go around and fix that one now. Okay. Ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. I freaking hate the ads. Yeah, Ace told me I'm gonna take a look in just 1 second. Let me just fix up this some little bits here and then. All right, let's take a look. Starground. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just more Tyria stuff. Yeah, more pink instead of purple. Yeah. I think that'll do. Is the second one the new one, or is the first one the new one? Okay, the first one's the new one, yeah. Yeah, I like that, because I think it just helps it stand out a little more. And then I do really like the... Honestly, for the clouds... Maybe... I'm conflicted. I can show this on stream, right? Just so people aren't wondering what the heck I'm doing. Or if not, that's fine. Just let me know. Okay. Okay, this is what we're looking at, guys. I kind of like how bright and shiny this one is because it really, like, stands out. But I also wonder if that's going to be annoying for the logo in front. I don't know, right? I don't know. It might be a safer bet just to go with the in-between one, that one. It is going to be sort of in the distance, so maybe we don't want it to be too crazy. As awesome as this one is, I do worry it might be too distracting when the logo is also around here. So I'd say probably go with the middle one, just because it's in the context of art stuff. Yeah, 100% 50. I think 50% is probably good. We don't want it to take away from the logo, because that's like the big thing that, you know. But I don't know. There's something about the saturation that's kind of nice, though. It makes it the concept art, or not, it's concept art, the Steam art pop more, you know? I don't know. Should we go 100? What if we go like 75? I say go 75, and I think we're good. All right. And I think I can kind of see in my head what that would look like, so no reason to have to re-export it and show us. I think 75 is going to be the play. Unless you... Okay, yeah. So that's 75? Yeah. No, it's not good. I think 75 is good. I say go 75. To me, that just kind of feels right. Let's see, I need to paste this on top, I think. Sort of like that. Okay. Now I can push that back down. Then it's just a matter of cleaning up the legs, and I think we're good. I think we're finally gaming. So it'd be cool to actually see this guy, like, in action. Anything else for that, or am I on the Space Hub? I think it's good. I can't really think of anything else major to change with it, really. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I'll probably move stuff in here definitely a lot, because like to get the logo in here, I'm probably gonna move this over into the corner more, but that's why we have it on separate layers. So yeah, I think it's good. I don't really think there's anything else that I would say to do. I think it's time. I think it might be time for Space Hub stuff. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's just getting pieces together. Still got to do cleanup and stuff. Yeah. No, that's what we need to do right now, yeah. Just kind of get it mostly there, and then we can go through and make variations and do all the stuff, you know? Let's see here. I kind of want to make that like... So I don't like how this is just a solid, bright blob. Something like that looks pretty good. I don't like some of these pixels here, like that one can go away. Same with that one. And let's clean up a few underbody segments. Most banger music of all time. That one can kind of be cleaned up. This one, mess with it a little bit. Alrighty. Just kind of cleaning up things here and there. But we are almost there. I think it's just I gotta clean up this leg bit a little bit, and then I think that's it. Now this one is a mess. I have no idea what happened here in the render. Just must be some crazy noise got applied, you know? Just like something like that fixes it, you know? This one's mostly fine. Alright, I think we can outline, and then I think it's time. It's finally time. You're making the iron farm? Well, don't delete the old one. Have you already broken it? Okay. Yeah, just leave the old one, because technically there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, you're welcome to make a better one. The one I made was just like a really simple one, because I just wanted some iron to jumpstart things, but yeah, like you're welcome to make a better one. I'm asking about the chair sitting in a chair, yeah. Well, it started out because Oshik wanted chair cam. Just, you know, like face cam, but for the chair. But I was all like, I don't know how I'm gonna make that work, because I'm in the chair. So it's just like, let's just go put it in the corner over there. And now it's just kind of a thing. It's become kind of a meme on the channel, I suppose. But yeah. And I finally decided to model it, like actually, so it's in the project, so we can do stuff to it, like the speen redeem now, so... Yeah. Alright. I think this looks good. We're gonna make all the other directions now. So it's pretty basic. We're just gonna grab like this one, right? Put it down here and flip it horizontal. And that's literally all we do. Boom. The only issue, I guess, is just maybe the ordering of how the legs move, because, like, on all these others, the right one moves forward first. But then on this one, it's weird, because The static frame is over here. So actually what we can do is just grab this frame, copy it, move it up like this, and then just push this one back. It's probably going to be the play here. What's 3 times 64? 192? Alexa, what's 3 times 64?
3 times 64 is 192.
I was right. I just want to make sure, though. There, so now it's right leg first. Yeah, I just want to make sure we stay consistent with that pattern of movement. And then we're going to do the exact same thing here. We're going to paste this one, flip it left. I wish there was like some plugin that does like sprite flipping, as in like or sprite sheet flipping, so that it retains the ordering of frames, but it still flips it horizontally, because it would be kind of nice. I don't really think there's anything for that, but it would be cool. Alrighty. There we frickin' go, guys. Then time for the final side. This is it. This one's for all the marbles. Oops, I forgot to actually flip it. Okay. Ow, my toe. You know, you like push, like I just had my toe like pushed up against my ottoman for like a long time, and then I took it off, and then you realize how painful it actually was. I probably sound insane right now. Don't listen to me. It's like when you sit in a specific spot for a long time, then you like shift around, you're like, ooh. All right, I think we're good. Look at this sprite sheet, guys. This is a big sprite sheet. This is probably one of the biggest sprite sheets in the game, I think, just because it's huge. But let's resave it. Get that 100%, yeah. Okay, let's get out of all this crap. Watch it like look really stupid, like it looks too big or something, and I have to undo everything I just did. No, I think this is it, guys. Unless there's like a huge issue with it, I think I'm not gonna change it. Okay, it might be time to diverge these segments. I'm gonna duplicate this and then, well, I like having these functions and stuff in here. But I don't really think there's much more I'm gonna actually do in here. And since it's gonna be boss stuff, I have to change it. So we're gonna change this to Caloris segment now. Because I want to start like throwing in the animations and all that business. So now what I'm gonna do is name these the direction, right? So we're gonna go from 0 to 1. And that's sort of how we're gonna do it. So we're gonna go grab our sprite sheet, which is Caloris segment. And we're gonna say horizontal is 1, vertical is 4. I guess we'll just do that. And then we're gonna specifically add frames. Oh, horizontal is actually 4. These frames for 0. Right? So here's walking left. Looks okay. Not perfect, but I don't care anymore. Then this one. And this is basically what we're going to do. We're just going to add them all. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Since we already have 0, we don't need 8. Okay, 2 is going to be facing up. This one, boom. 3 is going to be facing top right. Boom. 4 is facing to the right. Boom. 5 is facing to the bottom right. Boom. 6 is facing down. Boom. 7 is facing bottom left. 5 big booms. Alright. So check it out, guys. Look at our freaking animation. It's spinning. Pretty cool. Alright, so now what we're going to do, I'm going to copy this code. Colores segment script. Oh, what did I do? Okay. Now I'm not even going to worry about this type stuff because... yeah. Follow distance will just be 32. Because it's a different kind of node. Alright. Now this is where we're going to change our stuff here, right? Because before we just had horizontal or vertical. But now we're going to do the same thing that we did with Colores, where we're going to convert our velocity into a direction value. Right? So this is what we're doing. But instead, we're just going to say right here, direction dot angle. We don't have to say velocity. And then all we're going to say is just play animation direction. And we'll probably say string animdir just so it actually works. That's frickin' it, basically. And then on frame changed, if we're on frame 0 or 2, which might be different, I think the ordering of the segment is different. So, hey, what's up, Saiku? How's it going? So we want it to be on 1 or 3 for this guy. So that's where he plays his footstep, and I think we're gaming. I think we're good to go, guys. I don't think there's really anything else to do. Hopefully that'll just work. We'll see. We might run into some issues, potentially, but hopefully it'll look okay. I really hope it does look okay. I'm going to be very sad if it doesn't. I think that'll work. So that's how big his segments are. So he'll look kind of like that, which is the vibe I wanted. I know big head, tiny body was kind of interesting, but I think it does look a little odd. It makes him look less intimidating. He looks like a baby. So I don't want him to look like that. And it'll look really cool because the segments are going to be in line with the head rotation. So this is going to look sick, I think, guys. Maybe is a thing, though. Yeah. So what's that? What's up, Goob? How's it going? All right. I guess let's try this out. I'm not going to give him the raycast anymore because he doesn't use it. Colores segment. Let's make sure he's actually spawning in his own segment now. Instead of the Fearwig one. We don't have to set type anymore. Alright. It's scary, but also exciting. We'll see what this looks like. I don't know, guys. My mic arm is squeaky. Might have to lubricate it. Oh, my soda got warm. Oh well. I was here. Yeah, let's see. I smell something wondrous cooking upstairs, guys. I'm getting savory notes. Meaty. Garlicky. Smells pretty good. Mark arm's been squeaky for so long I forgot I was squeaking. Yeah. That's fair. That's me in my chair, man. Okay, here we go, guys. Ratatouille, yeah. I realize I'm smelling it up like Remy, yeah. Alright, let's check this out. Okay, why does he have... Oh, no, we're good. Cool. I think it looks okay. The animation speed might be a little fast, but it does look cool. He looks like a big, scary guy now. And it is really cool how the segments, like, follow the head and stuff. The little middle in-between segments is something we're going to have to change. You can see how it, like, follows. It does look really sick. Because they're too tiny. They're meant for the fear wig. So he needs bigger ones. But I think this will work. I think it looks kind of cool. It was a lot of work, but I think it pays off. I think it is really cool to have all these segments curved with the head and stuff. I definitely need to make it animate slower. Also, I'm noticing the top shifting on the diagonal. There's something weird going on there. We're going to play that. We're going to go fix that. But yeah. Yeah, because, like, it's just too fast. Because the thing is the little guy, it's fine to animate it fast, but this guy's huge, so he really shouldn't, his stuff shouldn't animate so fast. Yeah, I mean, this one's at, like, 5. It's, I think, just mainly the left one, because it's at 8 instead of 5. Yeah, I think that's what it was, really. So I think just keeping that at 5 would be good. And then for the shadow sprite, that's obviously way too tiny now. So I think we go up to maybe the 32 one, or maybe we even go a little larger. Let's see how this looks first. Probably put it down like right there. I think that looks fine. To where the shadow's at, yeah. Now I don't really hear his footsteps at all. I mean, I do hear them, but they're really quiet, especially since his segments animate slower. They're going to be pretty difficult to hear. So I'm probably going to... You can see the diagonal, the upper diagonal. You can see the top shifting. I just placed it wrong. So let's go fix that. Figure out which one that's happening with. Which frame. It must be one of these. Huh? And none of them? Oh, I see it. It's this last one over here. It's, what is the problem here? It shifted 1 too many pixels to the right, I think is what it is. Yeah. So we just need to grab all this and just shift it back over to the left. And then bing. Bam, bam. Okay. Now we should be good. Except something's weird here. I think this also has to go one more up, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I realize the error of my ways now. There we go. Oops. Boom. And let's fix all the 5 big booms. And let's just fix it over here. I don't feel like copying the sprite again, so I might just... no, never mind. I'll do it the right way. So it should be this one, I think, is the one that's broken. So if I do this, you can see. Yeah. All right. Resave that. Boom. All right, now the sound for his footsteps are stupid. It sounds like he's like a little baby. Right, they're just... So let's change that into a cooler sound. I probably have like some big metal hit. Well, not that one, because that's the... So sorry if this is like super loud. That one would probably work. Yeah, meat slap. That would work if he was made out of meat, but let's do metal hit 2. Just so he sounds more epic, and then probably increase the volume, because I want it to be like when he's walking, it's a presence in the world, you know? It's not just going to be a little guy scrambling around. This is like a, you know, this is a big evil guy. So he's got to sound intimidating. All right, let's try this. And then we need to redraw the middle segment, so let's just do that right now, because it should be pretty easy. I think I just called that like Fear Wig segment, the sub segment. So since his size is 16 and this is 8, I say we go up to 16 at least for this. Let's just go compare it. It should be pretty large. Honestly, I say we go up to 24. I think this is probably going to look the best between segments. Yeah. So now let's fix this, because it looks stupid right now. Here, let's just recreate it. This is how you make a pixel art look like AI. Is you like have a weird combination of like big pixels and like tiny ones, you know, like stuff like this. It just looks really weird. Although I saw some pixel art recently that was like made with AI that actually looked really good, and I was like, uh-oh. It actually isn't messing up. It still made mistakes. It still did jaggies in the corners and stuff, so it wasn't perfect, but, you know. And, of course, it was pretty generic. It didn't actually look that good, but, like, style-wise. But at least the technique, though, was a little scarily close. And I was like, ooh. I still think actual pixel artists are still going to bring so much more style to the table, but, you know, for how long? We'll see. Art is going to be like chess, where like people still play chess, even though computers have completely dominated everything. Like, nobody can beat a computer anymore, you know? But people still do it just for fun. Play with each other. We'll still draw for fun, but robots are going to be way better at it. But then maybe we'll still have people that are like, I hate AI art. I'm only going to play games that aren't AI. We'll see. But I guess you can't even tell which ones are AI. I think we really need to start investing some time in frickin' AI that detects AI. I don't think people are worrying about that as enough. I know the government, I'm sure, is, because they have to know what's a deep fake and stuff and what's not. This looks kind of like a Pokeball, doesn't it? But I would really love a tool as just a consumer to detect AI stuff. I think that's more important than we might realize. Alright, so this is sort of what his segment's going to look like. We're going to make it look more globular, though. Add in some little bits and, you know. Just because all the other guys have texture, so I want it to kind of fit in with that vibe. Alright, just like that. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing super special about this. This is just going to be kind of going in between the segments for when they're disconnected from each other, and I'm actually not going to make that bright. So this will be Colorus mid-segment. Boom. And then inside of our segment, in our line 2D, we're going to do that. You can beat a computer, baseball bat beats computer every time. That's true, that's true. You are correct. So fill, we're going to replace that with our new segment. Segment is the word of the month, guys. Love your pixel art. Everything I've seen has been great so far. Well, I appreciate it, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I've probably got at least a couple years left of pixel art, but it'll get to a spot where I just can't compete anymore. It already was like that on Fiverr and stuff. That's one of the big reasons why I stopped doing Fiverr, is because everybody kept using AI for their art, and there's just, I can't compete with it. Because people can be like, I'll make art for you for $2 and it'll be done in 5 hours, and I just can't, there's no way I can do that. Unless I generate AI slop, you know? So, yeah. It's gonna be like that eventually someday with games too, where we're just outcompeted by AI. I mean, I guess you could also then make AI games to compete, but that just seems stupid and bad. You know? I don't think I'd want to do game development anymore if it was just about making games with AI. Because then what's the point? You lose like all the heart and soul. So then it just purely becomes just a business prospect. There's no like actual feelings put into it. I think human-made stuff is going to stand out way more in the future. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. Because the thing is that AI is also going to get really good at emulating human emotion too. So then it becomes a question of like, I don't know. Technically we're just the same as AI, basically, yeah. And that's why AI is going to someday be able to replicate us really closely. Even though they don't actually have any of the feelings or emotions behind it. Okay, I don't think this sound works unless we pitch it down. Also, why is that? I don't think it changed the segment or something. Seems like the middle segment is tiny. Yeah, it's really tiny. Is it scaled down or something? Oh, I have width set to 8, that's why. There we go, now the segments are big. There we go, now you can see them. They're kind of hidden in there, but I think it'll work. I guess what we could do if we wanted to stay in the center is actually just split this sprite up. So we basically just do this. Because it'll still tile, but then it'll just be the round part will be in the center. And I probably need to restart the game to see that take effect. Okay. So let's also try just pitching down his step sound a lot. I try to avoid doing that most of the time just because then that means that the sounds are tied to code instead of just being the sound themselves. But let's just try it because, you know, maybe that's what we need right now. All right. God true. Segments are in the center. That looks good. That does not give the right vibe. It just sounds like a cauldron, you know? Something bubbling. But I do like how he's looking. I do like the segments we did. I think it looks cool. He definitely looks like an evil wormy guy. I should probably record a video of this and put it on Blue Sky. I've been trying to put stuff that I think are cool on Blue Sky, and since we put so much work into animating the segments, I think it'd be cool. But I gotta make the sounds cool first. Also, something I want to change here is the footstep sounds. I realize it's still like this, I think, on the other dungeon too, where it's still the grass sound. I really should change that to be like a different sound. And that was weird. His head didn't turn the right way. Might have to take a look at that. I'm liking how this is looking, though. Like here, if we get him to go this way. Like looking up. Okay, well that one worked. Sometimes it looks like it's fine, and then other times it's not. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. But it seems like it's just kind of a random occurrence, so maybe it's not a huge deal. Cool. Well, I think this will work. Always. Ooh, more CS maps? Yeah, what do they add? Sorry, I think it's just funny when he drops the... It's just very unexpected. It's like, ooh, who's this guy? Yeah, I'm down to check him out. Let's see. I got about another hour left on the stream. Then I gotta go eat dinner, but I'm down after dinner. Let me look it up. CS2 maps. News. Where's the news tab? I guess there's no news tab. No. No CS2 maps. Okay, I'll just look at the change notes. Oh, right, yeah, we're also gonna Sol. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Which one adds the new maps? Is it this one? No. Oh, I guess it's just this one. Whoa. That one looks crazy. Grail. Dogtown and Brewery. Those look pretty... This looks pretty crazy. Check the new map, should only take 15 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. Saw the one with the tentacles and map competition video. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Guess it won. It's pretty cool though. Dreadcap. He's dead. Dreadcap is dead, guys. Oh. When I zoom out too far, the background like freaks out like that. That's kind of funny. I think it's just because the zoom limit is like set insane, and so it's like just freaks out. Oh, I know what's happening. It's because when I zoom out enough, the background, I think, it gets set to like... It just gets funky. I wonder if I should make it so that the buildings change size when I zoom in and out, but I don't know. It's probably okay to leave it how it is. Alright, so Caloris. What's next on this guy? Caloris. Yeah, zoom level must be different from 0. Well, he needs a new sound for his footsteps. That's definitely necessary. It also would be really cool if I gave him an ambient sound, because I do actually have the ambient system set up for all entities now. Kind of like with Spore, where he just kind of randomly does like a little laugh. It would be cool if I did that. I heard you say something about the boss music. Yeah, I do need to fix that also. One thing that I've noticed while I've been testing with this guy is when he goes out on the edges of the map, you know, to do his dashes, he exits like the range of an active boss. So like what's happening is like this, where here's the arena. He goes out here. If a player's over here, he's outside of his of the boss detection range, and so his health bar goes away and the music stops. And so it's just really annoying because the health bar flickers and then the music, it's constantly stopping. So I need to figure out like a way to stop that from happening. Maybe it's kind of like a boss just gets set as the active boss until they die. You know, something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna think about how to solve that. So maybe we work on that today. But let's make some sounds for this guy because I want him to have an ambient sound that just randomly plays, or maybe multiple, if it's just like a scream or something. Because if we go to the entities table, I have that now on the other animals, like the macro bear. So yeah, I decided to take some of the stuff out of the animal class and just make it an entity class thing. So now ambient sounds are moved into just all entities. And stuff like that. I figured why not, right? So. But yeah, I think it'll be cool to do some ambience. So let me just copy this tag, go back to Coloris, and add that in. Some other things we also need to do. Let's take a look at our list here. So some other things, these are some other things. Make solar panels waterproof. I won't make the V1 change yet for the conveyors. That'll be for next update. So we need to do boss ambience, or I'll just say specific Coloris ambience. Coloris other attacks. I think Coloris dash attack is basically done, so I'm gonna mark that off. What else do we want to add? So yeah, what's up, Robbie? I don't know if I said hello or not already. I can't remember. Fix boss music flickering. Also Coloris trophy and stuff. We need to do that. All right, so let's make some sounds for this guy. I think I kind of want him to sound like Eater of Worlds ambience. Let's see if we can find it. Eater of Worlds scream. They might have the sounds on the wiki for the Eater of Worlds. Let's see. Sometimes they do. What does this health change on multiplayer? I thought I saw something that said health multiplayer. Health and multiplayer, yeah. Okay, it does depend on the number of players, which is interesting. So I guess the more players you have, the more health he has. Okay, so we can calculate. This is just interesting to know. This has nothing to do with what we're doing, but okay. All right, so let's see here. I don't know if he... Oh, here we go. Hurt. Do I have my tab muted? No. I don't know if it's working. Is there a better Terraria one now? Terraria wiki? thought there was. Yeah, this one. I don't want to use this stupid fandom one anymore. Eater of Worlds. There we go. Oh, okay, so that doesn't really then boss 1 music will play. Otherworldly music. What about the sound when he gets like spawned in? Because that's kind of what I'm looking for. Terraria boss scream. Let's see if this is what I'm looking for. It's gonna be loud. Oh, it's muted. Yeah, this is the sound I'm thinking. That one. I think something kind of like that, of just like an ambient scream sound that this guy's angry, could be cool. You know? Yeah, the Eye of Cthulhu does that a lot, especially when he's dashing, because I think he screams every time he dashes. So it's just... it gets kind of crazy. Yo, let's go. Thank you for the speed. So let's just do a sound. I think we're just gonna scream and then modulate it. So what should I scream, guys? How should I scream? This might be up your alley, Ace. You might be interested in modulating a scream to make him sound robotic, kinda. And evil. I imagine what we want to do is add a bunch of distortion and some reverb and stuff. I got you, epic. I use Audacity. I've tried to use Audacity and like get used to it, but it's just really tricky because some of the stuff I'm so used to doing, like cutting out bits of the sound and fading and stuff, is not as easy in Audacity as something like in Premiere. But it's okay, Ace is gonna do it, so. Yeah, make some random ambient sounds for him if you want. Yeah, send a few screams. I think it's good to have like a couple ambient sounds. Does all that so easy in Audacity, but if you have Premiere, might as well. Yeah. I don't know, it's hard for me to learn Audacity. I need to... I know it's better, but... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can I can send you some screams. I'm not gonna scream that crazy, because... I mean... You know... My family's here. But... I'll give you some screams. Yeah, do some trickery. Ah! It's gonna sound terrible. Can I just do this all in one audio track, or do I have to separate it? Okay. Oh, make sure they don't clip. Frick. Okay, they're not really clipping. That one's kind of clipping, though. That one was okay, I guess. You gotta get a lot of, like, saliva to make it sound more goopy, more gravelly. Okay, hopefully that'll be good enough. The first one will probably not work because I think it's clipping. So let's see, these two. There we go. Colores screams. The first one kind of sounds like a zombie too much, or like a guy, so you can get rid of that one. It's fine. Yeah, feel free to mess with those. I do need to create like a footstep sound. I can probably figure something out with that. I want it to sound metallic because he's made out of metal, but also have a nice thump to it because he's heavy. So let's see what we can merge together here. Like, I want like a nice metal thud, you know? 0. Car crash? Okay, desktop audio is down. We're good. How do people make these sounds? Do they actually just... I don't know. No. Try a pipe. That might work. I mean, almost something like that. Just like a big, heavy clunk. But let's look at a pipe. What are these? Okay, chew food, air pipe. You know, big pipe hit. Yeah. Pipe on concrete. Maybe. It's kind of what it should sound like. He should sound like kind of scrap metal-y. He's not like solid, you know. I've used that sound before. What did I use that for? I'm pretty sure I used that for Coal Keeper. Angry elephant? I'll look at metal pipes. It's possible. That'd be cool to actually mix in like metallic sounds with the screams, by the way, Ace. Like, this is kind of a sick sound. That could be like layered or something onto the scream. So, you know, just an idea. Steam pipe. Interesting. Still yet to play Coal Keeper? You should try it out. It's a tiny sword. Nah. It's gotta be like a quick hit. Because there's gonna be a bunch of them going, so. Learning's most basic concept of sound design? Basically, yeah. Boom. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Iron hits. Me when I'm smithing. that's the classic one, okay. Schling. Oh. That's a nice little sound. Shing. Yeah. That's a fun sound. It's like a guy just shooting something metal. At least on Steam for my convenience, and I'll try it out somewhere else than $100, yeah. Maybe one day. I wouldn't be completely opposed to like revisiting it and like just making it better and releasing it as a tiny little game. Obviously, I wouldn't put like that much time into it, but I probably wouldn't even bother Graham publishing it either, because I don't want to make that whole process for him, but you never know. Oh. Alligator wrench. Multiple pipe banging. Interesting. Well, I don't know. We probably have the sounds we need here. Me when I drop all of my pipes on the ground. It's so sad. Ping noise. Whoa. That's crazy. That's a crazy sound. That's actually really cool. According to a rock I drop into an abandoned Titan missile silo air vent. That's kind of such a wacky sound. If you recorded that with a better mic, that would be awesome. But too bad. Too bad it sounds like garbage. Yeah. Metal pipe resonating. Whoa. Those are some big pipes. Where have I used that before? I don't know if I have. I mean, I know that sound, but because it's just a basketball hoop. Does that actually perform with his hands? It's just funny because it's like I just imagine fist slam concrete, someone just punching their fist into the concrete wall as hard as they can. I'll be your publisher. I won't do anything about you. You just start to take an 80% cut. Yeah, if it makes any money. CS:GO, yeah. This is what I do when I lose, when I die in CS:GO. I just go. Wait, stop playing.
Big boy, let's collaborate on games. Some random guy on the internet.
Let's collaborate on games. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really do. I don't know. Taking on like, not that I don't ever want to work on games with people, but it's a big deal to. Yeah, no. But yeah, but like. I've, thought about stuff like that in the past of like taking on people to help and stuff, but it really complicates things the more people you have. Like, I don't know. Because then it's like profit sharing with more people, and then also like creative decisions become way more difficult because more people have to be happy with stuff. It gets really complicated. Of course it's worth it, I would say. But yeah, you gotta pick the right people though, right? People that you already know and stuff. 100% of the game, yeah. Yeah, it's... Sometimes people have unrealistic expectations of like profit sharing and stuff, so... Where people are like, I want at least 50% because I'm gonna create a couple sprites, and then it's like, if you want 50% of the game, you've got to put in a lot of work. That's a lot of money. I don't know. I think the best way to do it is like make a... No, Dylan, you're fine. You are very helpful. I do appreciate it. I think the best thing to do when like you take people on into like make games with them as a team is do a game jam with them first, or multiple game jams, because I think it's really important to understand the person and like how they work and stuff before you like integrate them into everything. I've definitely made that mistake before. I'm not saying it's any of you guys currently, don't worry. It's not. But yeah, with other projects. It's definitely something to be said with just working on it completely by yourself. But then also I think one of the downsides of that is everything is on you. Everything. All of the music and the everything, So it's kind of hard. It's probably not always worth it, honestly. I don't think the game solo would be... Like, it's probably worth it to have more people work on one project just because the quality and the amount of money you end up making is probably so much more. But, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say. There's no real right or wrong answer, I guess. There's a lot of pros and cons. Okay, Premiere's not responding. It's the usual. Awesome. All right, sounds 3. Let's get this sound made. If it'll freaking load. So So we're going to drag in all of our sounds we just downloaded. And these are all CC0, guys. So we're gaming. And we're just going to kind of mix and match different bits of the sounds until we find something that sounds cool. Because the thing we're looking for is it's got to be like a distinct sound, because it's like a footstep, but it's also got to have enough oomph that it fits the size of the enemy. So we just got to experiment. What's this one? Oh. That one's big. Okay. So I like this one for the metallic sound. I think it has way too much reverb though, but if we do this, apply a fade, I think that could work a little better. Then we need a sound that's like kind of a thud, like metallic. Maybe we could throw that one in, possibly. We'll see where that fits. And that one definitely has like some oomph, you know. I think this one's maybe a little too bassy. We'll see. We could maybe add it in as like a little bit of like a... I don't know. We'll see. Add a new audio track down here. So let's see what all this sounds like together. Just out of curiosity, right? Okay, obviously it's way too like loud and stuff, especially this loud one on the bottom is the big culprit here. And then this one's too long. It can't be that long, you know? It's got to be pretty quick. Let's go to effects and start doing some exponential fades. This one's still way too long and stuff. I do like this as like almost like dust settling around the footstep or something, but it can't be like that long. So this is probably really loud, so I'm going to lower the desktop audio more. Oh. Yeah, now we gotta move this back over because it's gonna be fine. So, what's the sound in here that's not right? I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, so this one's too prominent. But that's sounding better. And this one's like, let's set an exponential fade on that one. And this one should start right at the, you know. Set a fade on that one too. This one can be lowered and then also probably faded in. This one is still too loud. What is this one doing? Okay, that's like a sort of a metal hit. We can try that. That probably might be about right. How long should the screams be? They can really be whatever length works or like whatever sounds the best, because the ambient sounds are like, it's not going to be a quick little... It's going to be like a big... So I would probably say like maybe 5 or 6 seconds even. I mean, don't like purposely make it longer just because I said so, but just make it sound right, I guess is my point. But there's not like really a set time limit. I would say like probably somewhere. I mean, I wouldn't go like 10 seconds, obviously, but like just like a little like let me get my stopwatch out and time that because I don't know how long that actually is. So probably like, yeah, 4 or 5-ish seconds, somewhere in that range would be best. That's what I would recommend. All right, I can turn desktop audio back up now. And let's export this sound. We'll see, because we also have to keep in mind that this is going to be pitch modulated and stuff, and it's not going to be this loud. There's going to be a bunch of them, so I don't want it to sound too bassy, but still strong enough where it sounds cool. So colorous step. Let's export it and try it out in game. That did export as a sound, right? I think it did. Yeah, it did. All right, step. I think that'll just sound way more fit the guy better. All right, let's try it out. And then with the screams and the ambience and stuff, I think that'll really help, like, give him some more atmosphere. Alrighty. Man, I would listen to this music for days on end when I played on New Leaf on the DS. Because, like, what I would do is I would... because when you go to the island on New Leaf, you have to, like, pay the fee to go. So I was always like, okay, I gotta make enough money to pay back my fee plus the extra time cost. I was basically a little capitalist. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna spend the money and I'm gonna stay here all day long to get my value out of it until my inventory is completely full of bugs and stuff. So, so I would listen to this for hours, dude. Okay. So let's go over here and check it out. It might be stupid, we'll see. No, I think that kind of works. I realize that also it's pitched way down. So let's set that back to like 0.75 and stuff. No, but I think that kind of does work. It sounds thumpy enough, like it sounds big and scary, but it's also like... Yeah. What do you guys think? I think it'll do. Yeah. All right. I might make it just a little bit quieter, possibly. I don't know. I have to, like, balance this with the music and all the other sounds going on in here, like, during a battle of, like, swinging your sword and stuff. So, but maybe set it down to maybe -20. I don't want it to be, like, obnoxiously loud, you know? So... Ow, this freaking guy. He's so weak. I definitely need to give Caloris more health, I think, because he's, he doesn't have that much. 100 really is not that much health. I mean, you can see how fast people can just chew through Dreadcap, so... I'm saying maybe 200. I think that's how much Spore has. If we go look at him. Spore actually has 300, so he has a lot of health. I think 200 would probably be about right for this guy, but I don't know. That's where playtesting and stuff is really going to come into play of like figuring out what values this should be. But I feel like around that is probably going to be right, so. All right. 250? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I just need to throw this at the gamers, all of you people, and see what you guys think. I think that's really the way to do it. Oh yeah, he also needs a death sound. I forgot about that. Ace, can I throw in a little death scream in there? Is this a possibility? All right. So this one's gonna be like a dying scream. Go on screen done so far. Yeah, feel free to send it over just so I can get a vibe of what's going on. Alright. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let me load it into the game. And make sure you're always normalizing the audio. I'm sure you probably are, but just, you know, to make sure. All right, let's throw that in. Oh, you forbore? Okay. We'll make sure you do that. Yeah. Just because, like, with all the sounds in Starground, what I like to do is control the audio, like the volume of the sounds with the audio players instead of having to do that in the sound itself. It's nice if I just have everything normalized, because then I can, like, compare it to each other. Of, like, okay, the player step or whatever is -10, so then I know, like, if all of the sounds are normalized, I can like mix them to that volume. So when I think about a sound in the game, I'm like, I want this to be as loud as a footstep, then I can do that. Otherwise, if they're all different like normalization levels, then it's a lot of trial and error that I don't really want to do. So, but yeah. Okay, and we're gonna have the death sound, and we're gonna work on the death sprite. I think we're gonna do the same sort of thing that we did with the Fearwig, where like his corpses die in segments. We're gonna work more on like his health system, because Coloris is going to be linked to his number of segments along with his speed and health. So like when he first starts out, he's gonna be full health and kind of slow, but then as you attack him and more of his segments fall off, that's where he starts to get really fast, and that's where he starts doing his dash more often. So it'll be kind of like the Eye of Cthulhu fight, where he's just like going crazy, I imagine, and like dashing all over the place, and he's super fast. Obviously not this fast, but you get the idea. It's just going to take a lot of balancing to figure out what feels right. So okay, thank you for normalizing. It's funny knowing that that's just me going, because it doesn't sound like that at all. That was the first take? Oh, okay. Yeah, let me rename that. I don't know why it had a parenthesis 1. Oh, it's because I already downloaded it. Yeah, we're fine. Also, for number stuff, I always put another underscore after, like, so it's Coloris underscore Scream underscore 1, just as a... I had to declip all of them? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how that was going to end up, so... Also, I don't know if I... Okay, I do have ambience time. We're good. Just because I want to have some control over how frequently these sounds actually play, so that's good. Default is 5 to 15 seconds. That's probably going to be about right. Maybe I increase it a little bit because these are big, scary sounds, so I'll say like 20 seconds. Just so that we don't end up with like them constantly playing. Maybe we even go up to 30 seconds. We'll see. All right, well, let's load this into the game and see where we're at. I really should also have like a ambience volume in here. So I may do that. Thank God for FL Studio Declipper. Oh yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. I need to get better at using FL Studio. What I need to do is buy the new FL Studio. 2021? Whatever it is. 20? But it's expensive. I don't know. I mean, it is a business expense, I guess. I could just... Yeah, add it to Edison a couple updates ago, yeah. Yeah, one of these days. Change the name to the thing to the year now? Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Right, you should start screaming. one of these days. Come on, guy. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. All right. Yeah, one thing I would just say to be weary of or careful with is like crushing the quality of the audio too bad. Because all the sounds in Starground and the way I've just designed the sound is, it's, you know, it's like pretty high fidelity or whatever. It's not very stylized, I guess, in that sense of like, so I wouldn't crush it too bad, because it might sound a little weird, but yeah. Yeah, I usually go for the more lo-fi thing. Yeah. I mean, this one's okay. I just definitely wouldn't go any more than that. Unless, like, it's something that you can change. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Alright, cool. Well, I think this will work. I like the ambience, because it just makes him more intimidating. It's like a big evil screaming guy, you know? He can't get me in the center. It's hard with the form and shift artifacting. Okay. Yeah, just see what you can do. I don't know. Also, yeah, sorry, Robbie. To answer your question, yeah, who are your top 5 favorite game designers or game directors? I don't know. It's a tricky question. I mean, some of them I like them for what they have developed and stuff, but also not really as a person. Like, if I'm being honest, I don't really like Notch as a person. But as a game developer, I think what he created with Minecraft was really cool. You know, because it's like he just went into it of just this, like, he did a lot of things that I really think were good. Because the way that he went about, like, adding features and stuff into the game was very community focused, of like, he would push out some changes and then basically only add things that the community actually wanted. And I think that's one of the big reasons why Minecraft is so successful, is because it's basically a game made by the players, if you think about it. Because Notch would be like working on a random little idea and then throw out a bunch of updates for people to experiment with. You know, it was very like, it wasn't just this kind of thing where he was locked off from everybody, and very involved with the community, which is always really good, I think. Now, do I actually like Notch as a person? No. Because he's kind of a racist. He says some stuff on Twitter and stuff that I don't really agree with. But in terms of development, though, I think he's a pretty good developer. Yeah, other people, I don't know. It's really hard for me to name specific people, because the way I always go about, like, my inspiration stuff, it's usually very game specific. Of like, I think this specific game was really cool and stuff like that, right? One person that comes to mind is Mises. That person that makes this person. Because I like they make some cool little games, and I feel like they're a very, like, relatable developer, you know? Because they've made so many games, it's kind of like, it's kind of cool to see them finally make something that succeeds, because I knew about them well before, like, Endoparasitic and stuff, which was like when they finally, you know, but it was cool to see that, like, do so well for them, because I was like, I remember seeing Markiplier play Endoparasitic and be like, I wonder who made this game, and I'm like, whoa, it was them. So that was always really cool. But yeah. But yeah, other people, I don't know. I mean, yeah, John Romero, I don't really know a lot about John Romero and stuff. I know that he was epic and made Doom and stuff, but honestly, I'm just too young to really have like played Doom and know stuff about Doom. I mean, I've played Doom retroactively, like I've gone back and played Doom 1 and 2 and stuff, but I didn't like grow up with it, so it's kind of like hard for me to know. Like really the people that I think are the most influential to me are the people that have made games I've actually played the most, right? I can definitely say like Woob is one of the people, you know, the people that made Factorio. I guess specifically Korvax, the main guy. Because Factorio is epic. And just the way that they handle like everything with Factorio. You know, it's not even just the game itself, but most of the time the thing that I think is the most like inspiring or influential with stuff like that is just how they like handle the non-development stuff. Like how they're so community involved, you know? They're always like listening to feedback and fixing issues really quickly. Factorio's, they're constantly pumping up patches all the time. Like whenever there's an issue brought up, it's like bam, like same day or next day there's a fix. So I think that's kind of really you know, they're a good role model for how to like develop a game and treat your community and stuff. I am 22. Yeah. So yeah, I just never really played Doom and stuff like that. The only Doom that I've had access to, or that has in modern times, is the new 2016 Doom. But I haven't even played that, so. Yeah, I'm 22. Do I look older or younger? I don't know. I have no idea. I just finished college. Yeah, I mean, I started college when I was 18. Well, actually, I started when I was 17 because I started school a year early. I started kindergarten when I was 4. Yeah, because I think most people start when they're 5. So I've always been a year ahead on everything. I started university when I was 17 and graduated when I was 21. So yeah, means I only got like 3 months of time to drink alcohol during university. So I didn't even though. It's not like I went to any parties or anything, but I'm going to poison you. So yeah, he's fireproof. I haven't actually tested his fireproofness, so I don't know. I do need to give myself a spark stone and go do that. Let's do it. I don't know what it is with me and cut off screams, but it's like the funniest thing. Like all the sounds and stuff when I play them on free sound and then pause them right when the guy's screaming or something is really funny. Give spark stone. Oops. Is it spark _ stone? Yeah. Alright, take the blight bone out. Alright, fine. Oh, and let's actually do a scope and stuff. And a barrel. There we go. Okay, let's go back. Yeah. College, I graduated last year. Basically almost a year ago now. A little less than a year ago. Because I graduated like May 20th something, or that's like when it all was over. I didn't actually do my ceremony and stuff until like June, but yeah. I don't know. I feel really old all the time, but I know I'm not that old. It's always a difficult challenge, a difficult mental block. Yeah, 21 is the drinking age, so... Yeah, so it does damage to him, but it doesn't actually do anything, because he's fireproof. I guess it actually does 0 damage, yeah. But if we go attack, like, somebody else, like, if I go through this door and spawn in some guys, then this should work just fine, yeah. Yeah, so we're gaming. Probably should make the fire projectile do like a wider range or something, but I don't know. I guess the whole idea is you flame them up and then swap to your sword for a minute. Infinite strength is worthless? No, it's not worthless. I do double damage with infinite strength. The numbers here are not the like level of it, it's just the time, so I have infinite, like it goes on forever. Also, it's Uni, welcome in. Do you mind me asking how you handle save files? Yeah. That is definitely a important thing. Save files. The way that I do it in Starground, I think there's a couple ways to do it. Two of the ways that I can think of is with JSON format. So JSON is like kind of like a dictionary where it's got a key, right? Here's your key. And then you can have like an array like this if you want with some data in here, or you have another dictionary, whatever, with a key. So then you have another key inside of this one or whatever, right? That has its own data property. So that's probably a pretty good way to save stuff. You can write that out with straight up JSON, but what I actually do in Starground is I use, like I can go to our saving function, which is inside of, I think it's in global. Save. Yeah, I mean, this is a good example. So this is saving user data, and user data is basically just stuff like options and all that kind of stuff, right? So for this, it's basically... It's pretty, you know, verbose. I just write out all the things I want to save. So stuff like the volume, you know, sound effects, our username, UI scale, basic stuff here. All I do is that I'm opening the file. I'm saving all this as a big dictionary. Now, it's going to change depending on the engine you're using. I don't know if you're using Godot or not. If you are using Godot, then this is a completely valid way to do it. I'm just saying go ahead and create the file, and then I just say file.storevar. So what storevar does is basically it's just saving like an object or like a resource. So it's a really easy way to do it because I just create a dictionary and save it. So yeah. But it works really well, because then if I want to load this back up, like, the way that you load and save, you end up with the exact same data. So, if I save this is exactly what I will get when I load it. So if we go to load user data, user settings, whatever, I just get a dictionary with all those values, and then I just run through and I say, okay, set all this stuff to whatever I get from the dictionary. So honestly, I think it's a really good way of doing it. And I do basically the same concept with like save files. So if I go to, yeah, it's in the multiplayer script where we actually save the game, like the world and stuff, game save. If it freaking opens. Okay, it did. So save game, it's a really similar thing. So what I do for saving my game is I have a dictionary for some of the world settings or whatever. So I call this the world data because this is basically stuff separate from objects that get saved. So it's stuff like what's the current time, what research has been completed, what's the version of the game, you know, are commands enabled, just stuff like that. So it's like larger, like more abstract settings. But then for actually saving each and every object in the game, that's where things are a little different. So for saving objects, what I've done is I've created a save component node. So whenever I want to save an object or make it something that gets saved, I add this save component onto it. So for example, this is the conveyor building. It's something obviously that I want to get saved. So I throw the save component on, and that's it. So all the code and stuff that this handles, it gets handled inside of that save game script. So it makes it extremely easy to mark things as being saved. So the save component, what I do in here is I have a couple like basic things that get saved. So I save what the name, the path, and position of these are. So with the conveyor, it's going to save as the name as conveyor. The path is going to be the file of where that's located. So this is inside of scenes right here. So conveyor.tscn, so that I know what building it is or what resource it is. And then position, so I know where it's supposed to be placed in the world. So that's basically it. And then this is another thing. Basically, I just save the inventory component and I set. So data is just going to be another dictionary. And then I pass all this data in here, right? I push it back in here of what items are in the inventory and stuff. And then also what I have set up with this is I have a list of variables, extra variables that I want get saved. So what I do for that is you can actually just try and get a variable in Godot. So let's say you have a variable called stupid, like just like this, like var stupid is 1. And I want that to be saved and loaded. So I just say get the name of my variable, which is stupid. As long as I have it, as long as it's not null, then I say, you know, data string is equal to variable. So I'm just setting a variable to whatever it is. And then it's the same, it's just the reverse order for when you're loading. You run through the dictionary, you set the name and you set the position and all that stuff right here. Name, position, load up your inventory data. And then with that variable stuff right here, I just say .set. So I set the variable to whatever the data is. So it works really well. It's easy. Yeah, it's really cool. I think it's a really good way to do it because it means like you can save whatever you want. So you can have like basic stuff that you always save, like position and path. But then if you want to save a really specific variable, all you do is you go into here, into your save component, you add on the variable names that you want to save, and that's it. So it's really cool. The only downside of that, I guess, is if you change the name of one of your variables, then it's going to reset whatever the value is in there. But that doesn't really happen very often, I would imagine. And if you're changing variables, it's probably changing the logic of everything, so you probably don't want it to save anyways. So I think I haven't ever run into issues with it, so I think it works. But yeah, I would probably recommend a system like that because it's just super easy. You plop your save component on here. And then what we do inside of, if we go up here to, back to our saving script, is everything that I save, I have in a group called save. So then I just say for each object inside of our nodes of things we want to save, I say get node, blah, 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 dot save dictionary. So what all this does is just generates a dictionary of the info for that object. And then I do file.store var. Now note that I specifically don't do serialize objects on this, or full objects, because that's dangerous. The problem with running or allowing full objects is that you can include code, so people can inject dangerous things into save files. So I make sure that that is false because I want people to be able to share saves and stuff without worrying about whether it's malware. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think it's a really good system. It's been super scalable. I've never had any issues with it. And I could even add on functionality for mod saving and stuff specifically. I mean, you can already just integrate mod stuff into the base saving mechanic because you just drop the save component in and now your modded stuff gets saved. It's not a big deal. But maybe in the future, I'll have like some functionality for like for example, the world data stuff here. make it so that people can save their own abstract values and stuff. But right now everything's object linked. Technically, to do this, you just create an object that stores that data and then save that. It does the same thing basically, but it would be cool just to have it more integrated. Death screams in Starground chat. Epic, thank you. Yeah, the key value pair method makes sense. Yeah, world saving with objects with its own nodes, where my brain goes mush. Yeah. Yeah, I just save everything as a scene, so make sure that everything that you save is a scene in here, right? So like if I want to save a crafter, then I just save the path to the crafter, crafter.scene. And then like if you have stuff inside of the crafter, you have different variables, then save those also. So like what I do with the crafter, if you're not familiar, just crafts items, and it holds items inside of it. So whenever I save this object, I say, save what the current progress is of the recipe. So like, are we 50% done or whatever, crafting that item? And then also save what the recipe is. So that's basically just saying, what recipe do I have selected? Make sure that gets saved. Yeah, it's really easy. And everything else just kind of magically works. Because I have it set up. So the way I save inventories is I have the inventory component, and this is a whole nother component like the save component. It's basically just a standardized way to implement an inventory to something, whether that's an entity or a building or whatever. So, for example, the player has an inventory component because they have an inventory. Every building that can take items has one, so like chests and crafters, they all have inventories. And then I just kind of check in the save component, like, do I have an inventory component? Cool. If I do, then save the inventory. So it's good to use like component-based architecture for stuff like that. It's very modular and easy. So yeah. Especially when it gets to really complicated logic like this of saving. Like, you don't want to have to write this out every single time or have things inherit because it gets really complicated. It's nice to just throw this on, and it just works. But yeah. That's how I've gotten it set up. Hopefully that helps. If you've ever got specific questions about stuff, just let me know, because I'm happy to go over more stuff. But that should give you kind of a good basis for how to do that stuff. But yeah, anyways. Coloris, looking good. I forget what I was even testing, if I'm being honest. I thought we changed something with Coloris. I don't even know. Were we testing something specific? I have no idea. I don't know. Death Sound, I haven't put that in yet, but yeah. We can do that right now. Helps a lot. Better idea of how to even go about such a thing. Yeah, no, I definitely think it's helpful to have reference for stuff like that, like how other people have done it. Yeah, most of the stuff I've done in Starground has just been a lot of trial and error. It's been like just tons of research and like, how do I even do something like this? Part of me almost wishes that I went to other people's streams, you know, to inquire about how they do things like that, because it would have been really helpful. Just getting some different input on like how people have done it differently, right? Because this is definitely not the only way to do a save system. I think it works great, and I'm probably going to keep using it in the foreseeable future for every game. But there's probably a lot of other ways to do it too. I'm sure you could do like JSON based. This dictionaries are basically JSON, so it's not that much different, but you could use an actual JSON file if you wanted to. Or you could create your own custom format. That's another option. So like, if you don't want to just mess with dictionary stuff or have key value pairs, you could do something like, you know, just write it out in a big list. I wouldn't necessarily recommend this because it's really difficult to read. But you could like write out, okay, this value, then this value, this value, this value. And you know what they are just based off of the line that they are, right? That's another option. I've seen some games do that. Like dove into some different save files just out of curiosity. Like recently, one of the sock pop games, just because I was like, I wonder how they save this stuff. And yeah, it's pretty simple. So that's another route, but you do lose out on some flexibility and performance, I would say. Because if it has keys and values, then you don't have to run like the time complexity to retrieve a key is way faster than a dictionary. Because the issue with this is like, okay, I want to grab the position for an object. How? Because I'm going to have to loop through each line. I'm going to have to keep going forever. And then I'm like, okay, is this my object? Yes. Now I grab the value. But it's tricky. The great thing about a key is that if you have a big list of things, then if you know what the key is or what you're trying to grab, right? Here's my key, which is a string. Then I just say, okay, grab the key. It's way faster. It's not constant time. I think it's like log n or something. But it's way faster than linearly checking through a massive list of things. So I definitely think the key value combo or route is probably the best. But I don't know. That's hard to say. I mean, I guess there's really no best, right? There's no such thing. But I guess if you're specifically talking performance-wise, then probably. I don't know. A lot of this stuff is just kind of trial and error, you know? Like, just figuring out, like, what works for you. So let's listen to this. Epic. Yeah, that's gonna work. Sounds like a big, big death scream. Just write everything to binary in a file. Yeah, I mean, that also works. You can just convert things to binary, I think, if you want to save on... I don't know if you would save on file space or not. You might. But yeah, there's a million ways to do it. It's just, yeah. I would just experiment. Research more. I wouldn't even listen just to me. I would probably maybe ask some other people, too, of how they go about their save systems and just to get a nice, like, database of ideas and concepts. Because then you can also just forge your own that makes the most sense for what you're making. Because it's like, okay, I like this part about this one, and this one's really fast. I like that part, and then you can just make the best for your game. Because some games don't need a very comprehensive save system. Some games don't need a save system at all. Some games, it's basically like, especially if it's level based, like say something like a puzzle game. Most of the time, you're not saving the individual levels or like the progress in that level. You're just saving whether it's complete or not. So that kind of saving system is super simple because it's just a list of levels and whether they're finished or not. And you could save some other data like how fast you completed it or something, but it's really simple. Obviously, a game like Starground, the saving stuff gets really complicated because there's just so much to save and the world's really complex, but yeah. And also like a game like Balatro, saving is really simple too. You don't even really save game data separately. Like you just have the data, like user data, like your settings and your current progress of stuff. Like that's really all you save. Because there's just nothing else to save. Because once a run is over, if you quit the game, your run's done. I mean, you can save the current state of a run. I think Balatro does do that. Yeah. But like, you wouldn't need to, is my point. It's technically not necessary. Also, Harry Cow, welcome in. Sorry, I almost missed that. Okay, figure stuff out and stick what works. Yeah, it makes sense to your brain, but if I like this approach, yeah. Well, that's great then. Yeah, I mean, if it works, then great, right? Binary writer/reader is very, very tiny and pretty fast, but you have to convert everything into primitive data types. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only downside probably, is just the conversion process. One thing that I like... I'm dying, guys. One thing that I like about the dictionary way of doing it in Godot is like, it's just so easy. There's no conversion. You're just like, bam, here's a value, and it just kind of works. There's no like, and you can even do it with objects and stuff too, right? Like I can throw in a resource or something and it just kind of works. I don't have to ever mess around. Guy from Schedule 1 streamed him rewriting his save system, and it's just a giant JSON file for NPCs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, JSONs work too. Yeah, I feel like it gets complicated when objects have nested things that need saving. Yeah, that's where like having the variable thing is helpful, because then you can choose what you want saved if you have like sub nodes of things. So yeah. You could maybe like save those things separate or save the child nodes and objects too. But yeah, it's usually best to kind of convert that somehow into data. So if you have like nodes that you need to save, just grab the info from those nodes and then save it as just raw data and then put that info back into new nodes. That's usually what I do. Because like whenever I load or save the game and load here, it's the same concept. Like, I'm not actually saving the object, I'm just saving info about the object, and then I create a brand new object and put the info back in to make it seem like it's the same one, but it's not actually, it's an illusion, you know? And W can't save their own? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just a little polish thing, right? Like, but yeah, it's definitely not necessary though for a game like that, I would imagine. A lot of roguelikes don't really ever save because runs are usually short enough to where it doesn't matter. What happens if you spam thumpers? They'll just spawn things faster. If you have a bunch of thumpers around, it'll just spawn in the resources faster, so. When I made an infinite world for fun, converting data into binary from primitive types was pretty tiny and easy to do. Yeah, I saved the position of a tile, the player change, and an int for an ID for the bottom layer, and top layer, and item layer. Yeah. Along with a date, place, which is a long. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, yeah, it just depends. The save files in Starground, like, honestly, I wouldn't worry so much about save files getting big. Like, at least I don't. Because, like, people don't have baby hard drives anymore. The saves in Starground are not big by any means. I think they're pretty tiny still. I mean, what's my biggest save? It's not even a megabyte. You know, I think as long as you keep your saves probably under a gigabyte, you're probably fine. But yeah, I could see, like, for an infinite world, that's probably a good idea to optimize for small file sizes, because those can get huge, all right? So... yeah. Scream 2 has landed. Epic. Thank you. Isaac saves, thank God, yeah. Why is one stack of coins 198? So a stack of coins is basically just, it's 2 stacks. So normally items stack to 99. I've made it so coins stack twice that, which is 198. I have thought about maybe swapping the item stack size over to 100. Just because it's like a nicer number than 99. But there's also something about 99 that's kind of nice. I don't know how to describe it. Just because it's 2 digits, I guess. I don't know. But maybe we could up it to 100 one day. We'll see. It would be a little cursed, I feel like, to everybody that's so used to 99, but it wouldn't be the worst. And since the way I have the system all set up, it's really easy to change the stack size because it's just inside of the items table. So changing the stack size won't mess up anybody's saves. You know, that's another thing, honestly, that's really complicated with saving and loading is corruption. I love corrupting people's saves. It's dangerous. You got to be really careful about that. But yeah. That comes down more to how you save things, like doing item tables so that you just save an ID and then you can change all this stuff freely is a really good way of doing it, in my opinion. Because then, like, if you change an item or the name of it or the sprite or anything about the item, it doesn't mess up somebody's save. Like, the item still exists in their save, so... yeah, this is what I'm used to, so I save everything binary. Downside of mine is I have to manually convert everything to a primitive data type. Yeah. Yeah, and read everything the same order. That's... Yeah, that's one downside I could see, yeah. So adding new things to save can cause errors if not dealt with properly. Yeah. Yeah, there's pros and cons to everything, right? But if it's something that you're used to and it works, then I don't see any problem with that. As long as your saves aren't like 1 gig for a tiny game, you're good. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, even for a larger game, it's not a huge deal if it's a gig or more. I would just say wouldn't go like above like 10 gigs or something because that starts to get really stupid. But like I could see for a server or something like Minecraft where you don't really ever make multiple saves. Yeah, exactly, right? Minecraft worlds get huge. I mean, some Minecraft worlds are insane. I think like 2B2T is multiple terabytes. It's an enormous save file. So does the price of things in the market go back up over time? Yeah, so the way the market works in Starground is, here, let's just kill this guy really quick and test the death sound. But I'll go over that. Oh, he's dashing. Oh. Oh yeah, he only does half a ticket damage. I need to make it do more than that. I might make it do 2 damage. I'm not sure. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty good. Yeah, 58 terabytes. That's crazy, man. Yeah, so the market in Starground will reset every day. So if we go to the market, not on Viridian, I'm stupid. Yeah. If the market has crashed or the value is really bad, then it's probably best to wait until the next day. So every single day, it's linked to the day system in Starground, the market will refresh with new items and new prices. So by default, they kind of have like a base percentage of a given day of the value. So right now, Sod Star arms are 55% more valuable than normal. This is basically just compared to their default values. So iron right now is really good. It's 2 iron for 1 coin. So now's a good time to sell a bunch of iron, right? And every day these values will reset. So if I sell too much iron, you do have to sell quite a bit for it to crash. But you can see that value is starting to go down now, right? I'll give myself some more iron. Oops, iron ingot. I'll give 99 though. So that value starts to drop over time as you sell more and more of that one item. So you can see it's starting to get really bad. So, but if I wait a day, I'll show you. I can just purposely set the day ahead. So then say time 600, so that'll change the day. Iron has now been reset. So basically the market has normalized for iron. I add that as just like a little obstacle so that people don't end up selling just a billion of one resource. So that's something like really easy to get, like iron, to make infinite money. But I don't want to permanently punish people for selling a bunch of items, so I do reset it every day. And I think the day is 10 minutes, so after you've crashed it, you gotta wait 10 minutes. Isn't the point of Starground to crash the market? Well, it is crashing the market, but only temporarily, right? The market basically normalizes. I've thought about maybe making it so it takes multiple days for it to normalize. So like after you crash it, maybe it's 5 or 6 days until it comes back to a normal price. But I don't know. Should make the shopkeeper charge the player for selling an item if you sold too many to the shopkeeper. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Nah, I mean, I think it's fine just increasing the price more and more. Or in this case, devaluing it, right? Because like if we... let's clear out our inventory so we can do this easier. I'm just going to drop all my items. I'm just going to give myself a bunch of... oh, god dang it. Gotta love it, guys. Now I'm going to give myself a bunch of iron. Just so we can test this. Give iron maybe like 10,000. Iron underscore ingot. That was too many. Okay. But now we can just sell a bunch and see how long it takes. Need an auto clicker. Yeah, I need a clear inventory command. That would be good. But it just keeps getting worse and worse. You know, now it's almost 20 iron for 1 coin. You can see it gets really bad. It's exponential, so the more you sell, though, just it gets really, really bad, right? The conversion rate. What is going on when I click on... That might be a bug. I have to enter to exit? Yeah, I have to fix that. You can see how bad it is. It's like hundreds of iron now. For 1 coin. Oh, see? Yeah. So it's just a way to stop people from going insane. Our maximum down is 3,500, yeah. That's pretty crazy. We should have an achievement for, like, completely crashing the economy, like, minus 10,000% value. That'd be kind of funny. Call it, like, day trader. Bitcoin miner. So, hey, Caveman Crafting, welcome in. How's it going? Totally need to add a console for my game. Yeah, it's been really helpful. Obviously, this started out as just being a chat to communicate with people on multiplayer, but I decided to add in commands and stuff, and I'm glad that I did, because it makes just testing things way easier, because I can teleport, and, like... Also, the create command has been really interesting, because I can just, like, spawn in a guy, like Caloris, anywhere I want, right? So just boom, Caloris is here now. He's a little broken, because he doesn't have a navigation region. But it's fun, because I can just, like, do weird things that are normally really difficult to test, so... Yeah, he's just kind of broken in this state, because he doesn't... There's no navigation region here, so enemies and stuff don't really work, but yeah. Yeah, I can do that. It breaks everything when I do that, but... I can do this. This will probably crash the game. I can say create res, scenes, main menu. Yeah, it just crashes because you're not supposed to do that, guys. Don't do that. Yeah. I think it's because main menu is a regular node, and so since I always set a position with the create command, it doesn't know where to put the main menu. So yeah. Basically creating the main menu is just creating the game again. It's crazy. What if someone is about to reach that achievement, but then the day resets from clicking too slow? Yeah, that's something they're gonna have to take into account, I suppose. Yeah, I'm going through and working on menus for my game at the moment, getting all of them standardized. Yeah, I think menu stuff is such an underrated, like, feature of games, because the best kind of menu is one you don't think about at all, but it's actually a lot of work to do that. So recently got down with crafting benches / their UI. Still need to update it for craft timers. Yeah. Tell me that we're selling infinite Starground for $10. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, UI stuff, it can be kind of annoying and time consuming, but it's definitely worth it. Games that I play that have good UI are just, it feels so much better to play, you know? I enjoy good UI a lot. Alright, we're gonna end stream now because I've been going for 4:20. Holy crap, guys. Yeah, the Starground, no bacon, bacon. No. God. Alright. Well, let's go pick somebody to raid. But yeah, thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. Yeah, bunch of fun. Well, we didn't get like a bunch of stuff done today, but at least we, you know, did some freaking, whatever. More boss stuff. I'm really, focusing on getting the boss done right now because it's kind of, really important for this update. So, yeah. we're probably going to be working on that for a while. I mean, we're getting really close, so I don't think we're going to be doing it for too much longer. But yeah, I've got to get stuff ready to go. Oh, man. I don't know what's up with my throat right now. I'm like... yeah. Yeah. What do we want to raid, though? This person's doing a cozy garden sim. That sounds kind of fun. So maybe we'll raid them. They're a new person. I've always wanted to make a garden sim. It would be really fun. Yeah, it's an absolutely oversaturated market, but it would just be out of sheer enjoyment of doing it rather than making a successful, profitable game. But yeah. I always really loved Plant Tycoon. I thought it's so fun. So maybe one of these days. All right, we're going to go raid New Jank. Looks like they are working in Godot, which is epic. So yeah, thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Excited to go see what he's working on with the garden stuff. Looks like it's 3D. But yeah, this update will be out on the 16th, so be on the lookout for that. We're hoping to have a new trailer and new Steam art, along with all the new content. But yeah, that's going to be it. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam or wait until the 16th for a sale. Join the Discord, and that's going to be it, gamers. So thanks for coming, and I'll see you all on Friday, next stream time. Should do a game that's like Plants vs. Zombie Garden. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, thank you, gamers. I'll see you on Friday. Have a good rest of your middle of the week, end of the week. All right. Bye, gamers. Bye-bye.